Alright, there you go. Why? Oh, the title wasn't changed. I forgot. That's on me. Whoopsie. Best Ice Trainer. Cosmic? Cosmic Turnabout. That should change now. Update. Whoopsie. Guess you forgot. Let me make sure that's what it's called. The Cosmic Turnabout. It's the Cosmic Turnabout, but we get it. Alright. This is that. Okay. Alright. I'm live. Just setting up my thing on the phone. Bada bing, bada boom, bada bop. There you go. Alright. Okay. Let's do some introductions. Get the rest out the way. So on and so forth. Hello there, Twitch. Hello there, YouTube. Today, we're continuing from last week. Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Dual Destinies. Last week we finished on the Academy Turnabout. Figured out what it was. It was the other professor. The something means. I forgot his first name, and it's like a complex name for me. Yeah, and then we started Cosmic Turnabout for like a bit to show like a preview. I would be the word, but that's all we really got up to that point. Let me just switch screens real quick. Bam. All right, cool. Let me just set this up. Let me just make sure I'm on the. There you go. Continue. Make sure the audio for this is going well. Cosmic Turnabout Trial Day 1. Yes, yes. Also set up my thing here. Well, it's watching this part. Okay. This is all set up now. I wasn't reading, but it's okay. It's pretty much just, yeah. Destiny was discovered to be the one responsible for the bombing. If only it were that simple. Somehow, I can't help but think it wasn't. That there's a darker influence at work. One that's lurking in the shadows, waiting. That's why I want to review the trial that was taking place when the bombing occurred. After all, I've got more than a few personal stakes in it. Oh, I dropped a frame, you say? That's actually not a good sign already. 2 minutes ago. See if I drop another frame again in case. Right, the little anime.
1 hour remaining until launch. Please begin your final equipment check.
I really do like that they did a lot of animation for this.
Everything's A-okay. We're ready here whenever you are. Come in at 2. Come in. Do you copy?
Like I got slower as time went on a little bit there. Alright. We are now in the, here you go. December 16th, 9:12 a.m. 9:12 a.m. Yeah. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 5. Time for another trial to begin. But this one is different. Sorry to bother you, but... Hey. Are you alright, Apollo? Was I making a scary face just now? Oh, hi, Juniper. Yes, I'm fine. I was just doing my Cords of Steel exercise. Now I'm all ready to go. Yes, knowing you, I'm sure you will be just fine. Oh. I brought you a present from my garden. Is this a lotus root? That's right. My grandma says lotus root is good for your eyes. She even says that if you look through the holes, it can help you see into the future. I'm dropping frames for some reason. Why? I'm running on this on administrator, right? I dropped it once, but I'll see if it keeps doing it. It's for good luck. Maybe later you can cook it. And thanks for this. I'm gonna have some right now. Oh my. Crunch. Kind of tough though. You can't eat it raw, but thank you for the enthusiastic try. Oops, if she didn't think me weird before. She didn't think I was weird before. She will now. I gotta calm down. Apollo, I'm sorry I'm late. Hi, Tina. Junie. I didn't know you were coming today. Did you come to cheer Apollo on? Oh, I get it. You sly little thing, you. Hahaha. Tina, stop. Tina, stop. I got another frame drop. Give me a second here. Now that I see that happening, let me just do a quick save here. Restart many things. If it does a frame drop, it's definitely either due to my game or something else completely, and I'm just trying to see what it could be overall. Sorry, I'm just like trying to figure out something here. Why would this cause an issue? If it could. I don't think this is causing the issue, but I'll try anyways. Citra one more time. Okay, there you go, yeah. So my screen is here perfectly fine. Go back to where we were. Yeah, sorry for a weird thing. Okay. Let's see if it still has that issue. I restarted the whole thing just in case it was this doing the problem. Quit kidding around, Athena. The trial's about to start any second. Is everything alright? Oh, Apollo, when will you ever figure it out? Figure out what? Ha! Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. That was a sigh. Oh, hey. This is it. It's all over for me. Oh my god, is this Larry? They're gonna find me guilty. Tell me. This is our client. Oh, okay, no. I thought he was Larry for a second. This is our client, one Mr. Solomon Starbuck. The very famous astronaut who happens to be an acquaintance of mine. You wouldn't know it right now, but he's usually a very upbeat and driven person. The scene of the crime this time happened to be the Cosmos Space Center. Back in high school, my friend and I went there almost a little too much. Okay, so it's a different person who just kind of has like this Larry feel to it. But that's where we met Mr. Starbuck. We'd ask about space travel and he'd launch into story after story with so much passion. Back in those days, the man was 100% my hero. Are you sure you're okay with being my lawyer, Apollo? Of course I'm sure. I know you, Mr. Starbuck. I know you're not the type to commit murder. Thanks, but... they gave him the animation of the slow sigh. I was supposed to be in space right about now. Okay. He's so depressed it almost seems like an act. The launch getting called off must have been a huge shock. I'll probably never get the chance to go into space again. Don't say that. Don't stop believing. Besides, you just have to go into space again. Yeah, I don't think I could face Clay in the afterlife if I just rotted away in a cell. Oh, that's a cool-ass fucking character design. I don't know, something about his hair. Is he supposed to be a reference to Jotaro? We'll put that on the table for now. Clay Terrain. Or Terran. Clay Terran. Terran Clay? I don't know. Can't believe he was murdered. I mean, he was such a promising astronaut under your command. Yeah, he was a good guy. Always there to pick me up when I was down. No one loved life as much as him. That's for sure. He was always so full of energy, telling me, "You're fine, Mr. Starbuck." How could something like this happen to a guy like him, huh? Never seen Mr. Starbuck so down. I did it once or twice already. We get the gist. Clay's gone and I'm going to prison. I wish I could burn up like a shooting star right now. Mr. Starbuck, you'll be fine. Ah! What is it? What's with the yelling? I'll get to the bottom of this today. You'll see. And in exchange, I want you to go back into space for you and Clay. Promise? Does that mean you have lots of evidence to prove my innocence? Oh. Well. About that. We didn't get to investigate the area as much as I'd have liked, thanks to the police. I'm done for. I'm a goner. Everybody thinks I did it. Thought I was gonna soar like a comet, but I'm just gonna crash like a meteor. No, don't say that, Mr. Starbuck. Don't count yourself out yet. Now it's hard to lose a teammate, but you've got to keep going. And what about you, Paulo? What about me? I was just thinking, wasn't Clay your best friend? Oh, it was Clay. Damn. We need to focus on the trial right now. Are you all ready to go? Paulo. Trial's about to begin. If the defense would please proceed into the courtroom. Okay, here we go. This is it. There's one trial I can't afford to lose. Alright, first thing that's coming up is full-on just banner talk. For Clay's sake and our clients, I will find Clay's killer. Court is now in session. I shall do a save here, just in case. Every 30 minutes would do, also will be a save. Court is now in session for the trial of Suleiman Starbuck. While that's in the process. Okay. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Oh. So this is when he was hurt, right? Oh, was this? I don't know when this scene was. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Excuse me, Mr. Justice. Yes, Your Honor. What happened to your eye? I'm fine. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The fuck? Are you sure? I'm fine, Your Honor. The defense is ready. I'm sorry, Your Honor. He's been like this since yesterday. He keeps insisting it's just a sty. Suppose it's something he doesn't want to discuss. Maybe he's entering a touchy age. How old is he? He's like 20-something, right? 23. If it said Clay. Very well, and the prosecution. Prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence.
Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet. Ugh. Straight off the bat, huh? Oh, yeah, this is the trial before the actual bombing one. Okay. The prosecution is now ready. Well, it didn't take him long this time. What's up with Blackwell? Now then, I shall give the opening statement.
Silence.
I'll do it. You will? What an unexpected surprise. This time I can't leave it to anyone else. I see. Something is off with the two of you today. Both seem different somehow. Very well, Prosecutor Blackwell, your opening statement, if you would. It was just yesterday. The crimes in question occurred at the Cosmos Space Center. Ah, that famous federal research facility of all things related to astrology, right? Astronomy is astronomy. Anyway, a rocket was set to launch from there. But at 9:28 a.m., before they could even move the rocket to the launch site, Boom, boom. Explosion. 2 explosive devices were detonated and the launch was cancelled. My word, 2 bombs. How dreadful. Defendant in today's trial is charged with both the bombing and with murder. One Mr. Solomon Starbuck. For whatever inane reason, he detonated a bomb on the rocket he himself would be in. Solomon Starbuck, I recognize that name. Isn't he that famous astronaut? Correct, your baldness. Mr. Starbuck was the pilot of the Hat 1 rocket 7 years ago. As you may recall, despite some interstellar trouble, his mission was a success. Some say it was a miracle he returned alive. I suppose you could say he's a living legend. Oh, I remember now. He's become something of an international celebrity, right? Oh, there he is. They even turned that incident into a movie and everything. We got a real space pioneer in court today. But even heroes tumble from their lofty heights. Returning to the subject at hand. Ah, yes, the victim was one Mr. Clay Terrain, or Turan, Jesus. Subordinate of the defendant. Indeed, a loyal disciple brutally stabbed to death by his mentor. Stabbed to death, you say? You mean his death wasn't a result of the bombing? Correct. Despite his lofty dreams, the victim was seen as an interloper by the defendant, and so he was sent not into space, but to the universe which we mortals cannot see. Clay. I think I heard enough. The case seems pretty clear-cut at this point. However, there is one thing I'm curious about. That metal box next to the witness stand. Yep. What purpose does it serve exactly? Since you asked so nicely, it's your coffin. Ah! Have mercy on me! I jest. It's evidence. Due to its immense size, we've little choice but to lay it where it rests now. We shall get to the contents of the box in due time. Phew. Feel like I just lost 50 years off my life. Does he even have 50 years left? Inner monologue, Athena. Inner monologue. Enough jabbering. Bobby Fulbright's the name, and just as we trust. Ah, Detective Fulbright. Very well then. Please explain the details of the incident to the court if you would. On it, first, take a look at this pamphlet from the Cosmos Space Center. In it, you'll find a diagram outlining the overall layout of the Space Center. Okay. Space Museum to the right, launch pad to the left, and then the main building in the center there. Ah, here we are. I got another fucking frame drop. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is overall. I gotta make sure I have nothing going on in the background for certain things. Where was I? Sorry. For a more detailed look at what's on the left side of this building. As long as it's not too much trouble and it's not really causing such an issue. Take a look at the cross-section that we, the police, have created. See the launch pad and the main building. The launch pad is the square building and the rounded structure is the main building here, right? You got it. The incidents took place in launch pad 1 and in the main building's lounge. I'll be using this diagram during my testimony. It'll make it easier to understand. Alright. Alright, here we got to just do pressing. I am going to save a lot more often, only because I see that it's frame dropping a lot, and it's a concern to me at this point. Just before the rocket was set to launch, 2 bombs went off. Boom, boom. On the second floor of the Space Center, the main building, and 1 in the launch pad. Thankfully, only the two astronauts were in launch pad 1 at the time. The 2 of them managed to make it back as far as the boarding lounge. But after the escape, one of the 2 was found stabbed to death. Murder on top of a bombing. Detective, the victim was already dead by the time you arrived at the lounge, correct? Yep, thinking he sabotaged the bombing, the defendant attacked and killed the victim. Just look at the tragic photo. Who first? Oh my, is that a knife in the victim's chest? Yes, Your Honor, it's the knife that cruelly ended the young man's dreams. We couldn't get any prints off of it though because the defendant was in his spacesuit. I see missing a glove. By the way, Detective Fulbright, why are the victim's helmet and right glove absent in this photograph? There you go. We had to remove them to identify him, Your Honor. I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity after all. Yes, it would be very difficult to identify him without a face or fingerprints. Now there's just one more thing I'd like to inquire about. What is that? What is this round thing next to the victim in this photo? Something so important that, to the victim he took it with him as he escaped the launch pad. The capsule that apparently contains asteroid samples. While obviously valuable for research purposes, it has no relation to this case. I see. So, we know that the bombing in the main building was on the second floor. But where was the bomb that was in Launchpad 1 located? That one was on the rocket itself. It was situated around the central part of the rocket. Apparently, that area around the Launchpad's elevator was a sea of flames. I would like to submit a diagram and report this to the record. Okay. Trial's just starting, we're already in a bind. You get used to it. Besides, that's what cross-examination is for. What the two astronauts were doing during the bombing. That'll be the key. Alright, time to question this man. Cross-examination.
Hold it!
Question everything. How powerful were the explosions? Well, the one in the main building wasn't strong enough to bring the place down. But the room it went off in was burned black. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. Due in large part, of course, to me stepping up to lead the evacuation. Wait, what were you doing there in the first place, Detective Fulbright? Ha ha ha! I'm Bobby Fulbright, hero of justice. I'll be there wherever and whenever people need my help. I'd go to the other side of the world or even the edge of the universe. I'm not sure he knows how far that actually is. But I guess I'll leave that one alone. Admirable decision, Justice Dono. Huh? What do you decide? Anyway, could you describe what it was like at the Space Center at that time? The bomb cut the power to the central bank of the elevators in the third floor lounge. It was pitch black in there, I tell you. However, the security cameras and whatnot were running on an emergency backup. Now, how did the evacuation go? I immediately heroically whisked people down into to the Space Center's basement shelter. A basement shelter? Yes, there's an emergency shelter. Let me just also real quick reset my phone. Okay, he doesn't want to do that. Reset my phone because it's being weird. Of course you have an update. I'm not gonna update now, but yeah. Yep, there's an emergency shelter beneath the Space Center. Emergency shelter, huh? Oh, here it is. It's at the bottom of the diagram. The very bottom, yeah. Space Center is pretty impressive to have its own shelter. Alright. I think I know what's causing the frame dropping. It's this game right here. Power outage and evacuation seem unrelated to the murder at this point. I guess I'll leave that aside for now. So there were 2 explosions in total, correct? Yep, that's right. You know what? Hold up. Let me just do this right now before I forget. It seems to keep dropping frames regardless of what I fucking do. So, performance mode. Let's do that. As long as I know it's not going to be a problem. Okay. Sorry, I'm just making sure, like, my tabs are also not being, like, a fucking nuisance. Just in case. Okay. My bad. This is the second statement. One of the second floor of the Space Center's main building and one in the launch.
Hold it!
Let me get this straight. Mr. Starbuck rigged a rocket he was going to board with explosives. Huh. What are you talking about? If the defendant really did plant the bomb on his own rocket, he'd get caught in the explosion as well. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Huh, fine. A simpleton for a simpleton. Fulbright, the motive. Understood. The defendant actually had, astrophobia. Astrophobia? What's that? A fear of space, naturally. Just the thought of space can cause the afflicted to freeze up. And so, in his terror, the defendant found a way to stop the launch at the last minute. That's absurd. Unfortunately for you, we have evidence. Take a look at these. What are they? These anti-anxiety tablets were found among the defendant's possessions. Apparently, he was taking them in secret to quell his fears. There were a multitude of problems with the rocket Mr. Starbucks rode 7 years ago. Rumor has it threatened to crash a number of times as well. That was, of course, very traumatic for Mr. Starbucks.
Objection!
But that doesn't mean he'd go so far as to blow up his own ship.
Silence.
The defendant couldn't bear to mar his good name. Could he? Just whatever. No, not after the media has branded him so Starbucks, space pioneer extraordinaire. Given these conditions, the defendant could hardly run away like some base mutt. What? What? So that's why you think he resorted to the bombing? Naturally. He constructed this act of sabotage in an attempt to blow up the Space Center, which would effectively abort the launch, but spare his reputation. Ugh. Now I'm sure you understand why we have to bring justice down on the atrocious criminal. Thankfully, only the 2 astronauts were in Launchpad 1 at the time.
Hold it!
Are you sure it was only the 2 of them? It was just before the spaceship was set to launch, so of course it was only those 2. Well, there could have been somebody else inside that rocket. The notion of a third party in Launchpad 1 is utterly absurd. Just to enter the area from the lounge, one must pass through a door guarded by a fingerprint recognition device, and allow me to state up front that there are precious few with a clearance to do so. Fingerprint recognition device. It sounds as futuristic and complex as a space center. Actually, it's not as amazing as you think, Your Honor. Take a look at this. This is the door in the lounge with the fingerprint lock. Only personnel whose fingerprints are registered can pass through. I see. That is very different from what I had in mind. Is there a record of the number of people that passed through that door yesterday? Yes, there were only 3, the defendant, the victim, and the director of the Space Center, Yuri Cosmos. Then doesn't that mean it's possible that the director is the one who did it? Not a chance. He was in the main building when the bombs exploded at 9:28, doing his job directing the launch. Besides having an alibi, he has no motive for committing these senseless acts. He has a point. I guess the director can't be considered a suspect then. Got some more things. 2 of them managed to make it back as far as the boarding lounge. So, while it would appear that the pair barely escaped with their lives, in actuality, one of them had already been murdered inside the rocket. That's the angle the prosecution wants to push, correct? You got it. In fact, that's what I've been trying to say this whole time. If the victim had been alive, he would have for sure tried to stop the bombing. Is there any chance Mr. Turan could have been killed before he boarded the rocket? They were both alive and well at boarding time and embarked under their own power. Their hearts full of hopes and dreams of space. And then both of their hopes and dreams were dashed. If I may continue my explanation after the execution order was given. The defendant made his escape carrying the victim to make it look like a rescue. But after the escape, one of the 2 was found stabbed to death. I don't know what's causing me to have like frame drops, and it's actually being like annoying to me right now. I might need to restart the computer. Let's do that once this half is done. And who was the first to find the victim? Actually, there were two of them. The Space Center Director, Yuri Cosmos, and Detective Candace Arme. One of them was a detective. Yep, Detective Arme specialized in bombings, you see. She and the director were ordering the evacuation following the explosions. They were also worried about the astronauts, so they hurried over to the boarding lounge. That's when they discovered the victim along with the defendant. Two witnesses, huh? And one of them is a detective. Doubt either one would have anything to say that would help me. Alright. I think that pretty much covers the details of the case. Only the victim and the defendant were on the launch pad when the former was killed. If this is the truth, then only Mr. Starbuck could have carried out this crime. What little I could get out of him only hurt my case. Huh. Justice don't know. Foolish is the warrior who rushes headlong into battle. Preparation is an essential element of battle, so I advise you to take a gander at this. What is it? Footage from a security camera. As the two astronauts emerged from the bowels of the launch pad 1 corridor, the boarding lounge security camera captured their this desperate escape. Now, direct your attention to what the defendant is shouldering, which you can see is none other than the lifeless body of the victim. What? It might be the reverse. Order, I say. This lines up exactly with what the prosecution has been asserting. I should have known Blackwell would have something like this ready. I have 8 frame drops, and that's actually been, that's getting me aggravated. Nothing bothers me more than just having, shitty internet at a certain point. Apollo, how exactly did they determine that Clay was already gone in that footage? Ah, I see what you mean. Whether Clay was still alive at that point is pretty concealed. Whatever. Your Honor, please take another look at the footage. Isn't it possible that Mr. Turan was still alive here and that Mr. Starbuck was helping him? Why, I believe you're right. One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship.
Silence.
Huh, perhaps that's what it looks like to a one-eyed hothead and a dotard. But it only makes sense if it's the victim's dead body. What do you mean? Wright, explain it to Justice Demo. You got it. Ready, kid? If the murder had occurred in the lounge, someone could have spotted it. Anyone can enter the lounge after all. But doing it while they were alone in the spaceship, that's a horse of a different color.
Objection.
But you can't deny that there's a possibility the murder could have happened in the lounge. All that video shows a man helping his fellow astronaut out. Your assertion is based on emotion. It's based in your belief that Mr. Starbuck would surely help his own disciple. But you have no logical explanation as to why the victim could be still alive. Could still be alive. Portia, Mr. Justice, the prosecution is right. Your argument is lacking in sound logic. This already is missing logic, that there's no proof of anyone stabbing anyone at this point. It just shows him carrying him. But it sounded perfectly logical to me. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further objections, I believe it's time to bring this cross-examination to a close. Objections? Well,
Hold it!
Your Honor, the defense requests a little time to think and regroup. Given the facts, I'm not sure I see the need. What is it, Athena? It's just, there's something that's been bothering me. Huh. If it isn't the defense stalling for time, as always. Very well, I'm feeling generous. You may have a small measure of time. Yes. You have 5 seconds. 5 seconds? After that, I declare the cross-examination to be closed and the verdict to be rendered. Your baldness, raise your gavel high. It's time for a countdown. Oh. Ready? Look. You don't have time. Spit it out, Athena. Only 3 more seconds. Look, I don't think the prosecution's explanation is very complete. Meaning there's something missing. Like, they conveniently left it unexplained. Something they didn't explain. Something they didn't explain. Ah, you're right. I think I know what you're talking about. Your 5 seconds are up, Mr. Justice. Is there anything about the prosecution's argument that you'd like to rebut? Yes, Your Honor. Actually, there is. There's something the prosecution has yet to make clear to this court. Well, if you put it that way... what is it that the prosecution has failed to explain? Why the body was moved? They have failed to explain why Mr. Starbuck would bother bringing the body back at all. If the defendant wanted to kill the victim, why didn't he just leave his body in the rocket? Why go through the trouble of bringing him all the way back to the boarding lounge? Oh, that's true. I don't think we've heard the prosecution's thoughts on that yet. That's because they have none, Your Honor. After all, how does one explain something so illogical? The prosecution is claiming that the defendant moved the victim's dead body, but what if the entire premise of that argument is wrong? Then let's hear your theory, Mr. Justice. The defense proposes that the defendant didn't kill the victim, he was helping him. Wright, explain it for our sad friend here before I nod off to his monotone monologue. Inform him exactly why Spaceboy moved the victim. Huh? They've got to be joking. It's simple. Mr. Starbuck did what he did to direct suspicion away from himself. He wanted to create the impression he heroically risked his life to save his partner. That's why he made sure to make it to the security camera so there'd be a record. At the very least, he appears to have achieved success with you and the old man. Ah. The average person wearing a spacesuit weighs easily over 200 pounds. Saving the life of a partner who weighs as much while trying to escape deadly flames. What a dramatic sob story fit for the silver screen. Indeed, it was completely taken in by the humanity of the story. You see, yet the true ending is that all traces of his hammy act were meant to be blown up. Yes, and now we arrive at the thrilling conclusion. The third explosion.
Objection!
What are you talking about? There was no third explosion.
Silence.
Indeed, you are correct. But that is thanks to Detective Arm. It was she who identified and secured the bomb. However, it doesn't change the fact that the third bomb was discovered in the lounge. The steel coffin beside the witness stand, that would be a bomb transport case. We used to transport the deactivated bomb here. It was found in the lounge. A bomb in the form of the most distasteful toy. What? One on the second floor of the main building, one on the launch pad, and one in the lounge. The defendant planned to set off 3 firework displays. Fortunately, the third was discovered before it could be detonated. For had it not, the victim's body and the other vital evidence would surely have been emulated. Before you utter a word, know that the evidence supports me. Ugh. It's like he's reading my mind. As it is still undergoing forensic investigation, I do not have the evidence on hand. However, know that the peculiar item was found in one of Mr. Starbuck's pockets. Specifically, a bomb detonation switch. You found what? I suspect the defendant had no time to source such demanding evidence. When the Space Center director and Detective Arm stumbled across the murder, so he thought to hide it in his pocket. Feeble brain that he is. Ugh. No, Mr. Starbuck would never do anything like that. Ah! Justice Dono, open your eyes and see the truth. There appears to be irrefutable evidence that the accused set off the explosions. No, there has to be some kind of mistake. This can't be the truth. Still can't accept it. You'll believe in your client, come what may. Then why don't you cross-examine the defendant himself? This has got to be a trap. It's like Blackwell's controlling the entire game. Yeah, it seemed like he was waiting for me to bring up the body moving issue. Why do you say that? Because he had just the right argument when I pointed it out. And to really rub it in, he had a decisive piece of evidence up his sleeve too. He was trying to shake my faith in Mr. Starbuck and break me down. Then making you cross-examine Mr. Starbuck at this point was part of his plan too. Totally underhanded, but I wouldn't expect anything less from him. Now, let us hear from the arch villain, the fiendish murderer himself, famed astronaut Solomon Starbuck. Witness, your name and occupation, please. Solomon Starbuck, astronaut. How did this happen? Mr. Starbuck, you aren't looking very well. Will you be able to give a testimony? No. Well, unfortunately, no, it's not an option. You are being accused of the Space Center bombing and the murder of Clay Turan. Please testify to these allegations. Mind if I take this suit off? It's getting really heavy.
Silence.
It's not the weight of the suit that you feel, but of your sins. Prepare to carry that weight for the rest of your life. Banish me to the moon. I don't care anymore. Wow, that was super negative. Is he going to be alright up there? He'll be fine, I think. As long as he doesn't totally give up and say he did it, that is. Alright, here we go. Oh. Do a quick save. I didn't kill him. All I did was support Clay over my shoulder and get us out of the rocket. Like always, I took the elevator down to the middle level and headed for the corridor. Clay had passed out by the time we got the order to evacuate. I didn't kill Clay, I was trying to save him. So you assert you didn't set off the bombs or murder the victim. Ha 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 ha. But I bet you think I'm lying, right? I reserve all judgment until after I've heard your full testimony. Oh fuck. Like how this is the same thing. I'm sure you don't believe me. I bet you don't even believe I'm an astronaut. I don't think the judge doubts that. Who'd wear a suit like that except an astronaut? I would say that when I saw you in that movie, you appeared quite courageous, though I suppose reality never quite lives up to the fantasy. I guess I'm just a big disappointment. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha ha. I really don't care what happens anymore. Ha 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 ha. Oh no, he's completely given up. What a depressing fellow. If you were to join me in the clink, I'd imagine that annoying sighing of yours would rub off on the other inmates. Like how it rubbed off on Prosecutor Blackwell a second ago. Huh? That was Blackwell sighing? Mr. Starbuck's testimony contains a glaring contradiction. The question is, what does it mean? Even if Mr. Starbuck is my client, I can't be gun shy now. It's time to find out the truth. Alright. On the second statement. Presents bombing report, right?
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, I need your testimony to be as accurate as possible. Was I not being accurate? No, because it's impossible for you to have taken the elevator down to the middle level. What makes you say that, Mr. Justice? Please recall where the bomb went off in Launchpad A. Also recall that after the explosion, the middle level elevator was engulfed in flames. Oh, you're right, which means... Exactly. The Launchpad's elevator would have been unusable, in other words. Mr. Starbuck, your statement is decidedly inconsistent with the facts. What's with the helmet? Mission command, do you read me? Come in, please.
Objection!
This is mission command. I order you to pay attention. Stop this nonsense and answer my questions, Mr. Starbuck. Ah, my helmet. Ah. My oxygen tank. Oxygen concentration and body temperature declining. Requesting medical assistance. Ah. Stupid. Mr. Starbuck, we are not in space right now. Please stop pretending you have lost consciousness and stand back up. I apologize, Ron. I forgot I was still on Earth. I feel like we all just got a real glimpse of Solomon Starbuck, the astronaut. Yeah, I seem more like an astronaut now than when he was doing all that sighing. Mr. Starbuck, could you please explain the inconsistency in your statement about how you use the middle level elevator? I was nervous and I said the wrong thing. I'm sorry. I actually took a different route, I think. A different route. I hope you're able to deliver a straight story this time. I'll get it right this time. Maybe, no, I mean probably. Probably. It's understandable to be nervous, but let me remind you, accuracy is paramount in court. Alright. Yeah, something's causing my thing to like lag a bit. I'll probably restart, like heavy restart everything on my stream soon. My escape route. Let's see. My escape route. What I said before was a mistake. I remember now. I took a different route. Maybe. Probably. With the capsule and with the capsule and clay in my arms, I made my way down from the upper level. So you're saying you escaped without using the elevator? That's right. There's a ladder that spans the upper and middle levels. I used that ladder to get to the middle level. Luckily, the fire hadn't reached the ladder, so we could make our escape that way. Okay. I'm getting to the halfway point soon, so that way I could fix up this whole thing. Alright. And the capsule you mentioned, I suppose you mean that the thing next to Mr. Terran here. Was the capsule that important that you'd risk your life to take it with you? It almost goes without saying, but yeah, the capsule contains your asteroid sample. Therefore, it's invaluable as research material. With his spacesuit on, Clay weighed a ton, but securing the capsule was also important. I need your answer to the best of your ability, Mr. Starbuck. Please remember that your verdict is riding on your testimony. Fucking A. Maybe I am guilty after all. I wonder if you can see the stars in prison. Bet it's more comfortable than in a spaceship. Alright, another cross-examination happening. Well, me doing it. Alright, let's see here. With the capsule and clay in my arms, I made my way down from the upper level. Space Center diagram is the counter for this.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, why don't you just tell the truth? The truth? Let's see. The Earth is blue. No, that's not right. So, I guess the Earth isn't blue. Yeah, that's it. The truth, Mr. Starbuck. The oxygen concentration is super low in this area. Prepare the oxygen. Mr. Justice, the witness appears confused. Please help draw out the truth from him. Mr. Starbuck, under the circumstances at the time, You couldn't possibly have reached the boarding lounge via the upper level route. Huh? Not as long as this was along the escape route. The ladder? Hold up, I'm trying to like... I hope that counts as the ladder. To get down from the upper to the middle level where the Launchpad 1 corridor is, you would have to go down the ladder. Isn't that right, Mr. Starbuck? Of course. That was the only way we could escape.
Objection!
Okay, we got one more thing after this. But how would that work? At the time, you were supporting Mr. Turan over your shoulder, were you not? And I had to carry him like piggyback going down and make sure he didn't fucking like fall. Yeah, oh yeah, and he's like 200 pounds. Remember, he was a full space gear as well, putting him at over 200 pounds. Oh... Well, it's easy on the moon. Gravity is only 1/6 of what it is on Earth.
Objection!
But the Space Center is located on Earth. Short of being an octopus, climbing a ladder with an adult male in space gear in one arm, while carrying the capsule in your other is impossible, wouldn't you say? Oh. So, Mr. Starbuck? How exactly did you climb down that ladder with your arms full? Mr. Starbuck, come clean and tell us the truth, now! Engineer! Where's that engineer? Oxygen leak detected due to faulty... Oh! What the? He's flying the coop! Ah! Help! I'm caught on the ceiling! Help anyone! Bailiff, prepare the cherry picker! We must launch our rescue mission at once! Well, that's one way to take off while being questioned. I'd rather prove his innocence so he can go to space again someday for real. Okay. Now then, Mr. Starbuck, do you think you can keep your feet planted on the ground? Yes, I apologize for losing control. Are you ready to tell us the truth? Not that, anything but that! What is going on? This isn't the Mr. Starbuck I know. It appears Spaceboy is prone to deception. Witness. Yikes! Yes! I thought your story odd, but perhaps the inconsistency can be explained as the result of medical side effect. Prosecutor Blackwell, please don't talk about that! What are you talking about, Prosecutor Blackwell? Huh. Didn't I already state that Spaceboy is, ironically, terrified of going into space? That's why he took some precautions just before the launch. Where you see, traces of his anti-anxiety drug were found in his system. Oh, I sense things are about to be nosedive. You got it all wrong. I told him during the investigation too. I don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medication, I swear. It was found in his system, but he doesn't remember taking it. How could that be? Somebody must have slipped it. Somebody must have slipped them to me. But I guess maybe that's why I don't remember, because of the side effects. Yeah, that's why I don't remember much about what really happened. What? Why don't you tell us these things? We're trying not to convict you of murder. Order in the court. You can't get any useful testimony out of him if he doesn't remember anything. Well, that certainly explains why his testimony kept changing. Why didn't he just tell me he couldn't remember? Guess he didn't want anybody to find out he was terrified of going to space. Wait for it. There you go. Maybe I really did do it. Which brings us to the answer of our original question. Of how the witness climbed down the ladder with a dead body. It does. So what is it? A dead man feels no pain and makes no complaints, Joseph Dono. So the body was slowly dropped down from the top of the ladder. Oh my, I see. And then the defender could climb down with his free hand.
Objection!
Drop the body down? Who would do such a thing? Such a disrespectful thing? Besides, dropping a body down would leave marks on the body itself. So you are capable of quick thinking. Yes, you are correct. Really? Oh, thanks. Ah! Oh, what's this? It's the oxygen tank from the victim's spacesuit. It's ruptured, and I'm sure you can figure out why. You can't be implying it ruptured when the defendant dropped the victim's body. I am. For they fractured easily when struck.
Protection.
Even if that's true, the tank's explosion and sharpener would leave its mark on the body. Yet, according to the autopsy report, only the knife wound was found on the victim's body. You're clearly grasping at straws with this line of reasoning.
Silence.
A spacesuit isn't heavy for the sake of being heavy, Justice Dono. It includes the latest technology devices and is made of a fabric of tomorrow. This fabric is made to protect astronauts from the dangers of space. So falling a few Earth yards would hardly leave a mark on the wearer.
Objection.
Then shouldn't it be impossible to stab someone through it as well? It should. And yet, through sheer coincidence, the knife slipped through a weak spot in the suit's structure and found its way to its target. What are the chances? You forgot that our killer is an astronaut himself with knowledge of how the suit works. It's got me there. And now my argument has been proven. Spaceboy killed the victim in the rocket and then dropped his body from an upper level. After climbing down, he shouldered the body and made sure the camera recorded them. There's no reason for debate about these facts. It is clear that Solomon Starbuck is the only one who could have killed Clay Taran. Gah! Here. A report regarding the astronaut's oxygen tanks. Sorry, hold up. I just got a message on my phone for a real quick minute. The report regarding the astronaut's oxygen tanks, consider it my send-off gift. Feel free to use it as payment to cross the river Styx. Ah. Hey, this report is pretty detailed. Remaining oxygen tanks. The display on the astronaut's left shoulder shows the oxygen remaining. After the incident, the victim's tank was ruptured. The remaining oxygen was 0%. The tank belonged to Starbuck, who claims to have carried the victim. Said it was 80% full. Okay. Let's see. Display on the astronaut's left shoulder shows how much extra remains. I guess that means these glowing cyan digits represent the amount of oxygen remaining. I'm done for. I'm going to prison instead of space. I don't know why I said it like that. I had to like kind of work with that. Space boy. Yes. Take heart. The bejeweled night sky is still beautiful even when viewed through bars. You mean the stars as seen from prison? That's right. Your cell will be your spaceship. Picture the view through the iron bars. It's like being an astronaut in your own craft for all time. That's not a half bad thought. Mr. Starbuck, Prosecutor Blackwell, got to him good. Spaceship, prison cell, fly me, my guilt, and my despair to the deepest, darkest space. And then let's get stuck into the black hole together. Sucked into the black hole together. Mr. Starbuck, you can't give up hope. Oh? Yes, Apollo? Clay really looked up to you. He said you were an incredible man. He said you never give up your dreams and passion for space, no matter the situation. He said that. So don't give up now and help me prove your innocence. For the sake of the man who respected you and believed in you, Clay Taran. For Clay. Huh. You're wasting your breath. Rah! 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 Apollo, thank you. I can see things clearly now. Mr. Starbuck. I'm fine now. Thanks for reminding me of my life's mission. Right. We'll both be fine. I'll prove you're innocent. You'll see. And after that, we'll get you back into space. Rah! You've ignited the booster rockets of my soul. I'm fire! I'm on fire. I am Solomon Starbuck, astronaut, a cosmic hero chosen by the universe itself. There's no time to be whimpering and crying. I can't let you and Clay down. Boulder Beach. The sun, the moon. All of space is calling me Solomon Soul Starbuck. Ready for launch. Begin the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff! The noise. Jesus. Well, I feel like I've witnessed an actual rocket launch. Apollo, you did it. You broke Prosecutor Blackwell's grip over Mr. Starbuck. I can't take the credit. It was all Mr. Starbuck who he pulled himself through. Huh. You simpletons are done massaging one another's egos. No matter how positive your mood, my advantage remains unshakable. I have but to wait for the final guilty verdict. Isn't that right, your baldness? Gah. Can't let up now. I have to stop Blackwell. I have to see this through. If Starbuck just has to make it back into space. Oh, that's a cute photo. I won't allow Clay's dreams to remain unfulfilled. Gotta destroy Blackwell's argument somehow. Just think. If the only people at Launchpad 1 were Clay and Mr. Starbuck, and if Clay was already dead by the time the footage was taken, then the only person who could have killed him is Mr. Starbuck. So the only way to counter Blackwell's argument is if I can prove that Clay was still alive when they arrived at the boarding lounge. In which case, I should be able to find some contradiction in the evidence itself. It's the oxygen tank, I think. Now let's see, about the data that we just received. This supposedly proves that Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay's body in Launchpad 1. But if I'm going to prove that false, then there must be something I can use here. Enough of this farce, your baldness. Let's have your verdict. Prosecutor Blackwell, you seem to be in quite a hurry to rush the verdict. But about this oxygen tank data you submitted just now, it says that Mr. Starbuck's tank had 80%. 80% remaining while Mr. Turan's had 0. You stand by this, the accuracy of this report? Of course. Then I guess it simply means that it's faulty as evidence goes. You will explain what you mean, Justice Dono. It's simple. This evidence contradicts the facts of this case. Take a look here at the detailed description and you'll see what I mean. I hope you have some evidence, Mr. Justice, because I don't see what's so contradictory. Yes, Your Honor. Right away. This is the evidence that the oxygen tank report stands in contradiction to. And then the security camera thing, right? Security camera video. And how does the evidence present contradiction? The problem is this part here. Note the remaining oxygen in Mr. Starbuck's tank as he carries Mr. Turan. It appears to say 50. Yes, but according to the data, our client's tank had 80% remaining. That oxygen, the oxygen in his tank increased. I see Your Honor finds it as strange as I do. It's bad enough that there is a contradiction, but the increase in oxygen is beyond illogical. Oh my, you're absolutely right. What is going on here? I too find it odd that the oxygen remaining has increased. It would be as odd as if my rations were to increase. But what does that prove? It doesn't change the fact that it is the defendant carrying the victim's corpse. I'm going to bet you don't get more rations because you don't abide by the rules. Either way, the oxygen remaining shouldn't increase, just as your rations don't increase. Fuck, I'm like having like a weird cough. Therefore, the new information is critical. We can't overlook it.
Silence.
In that case, do you have an answer to this riddle of this mysteriously increasing oxygen? You'd better not disappoint, or I'll declare the inconsistency as mere equivalent malfunction. Prosecutor Blackwell has a point. I suppose it could be a simple malfunction. Mr. Prosecutor, if you cannot provide an adequate... Mr. Prosecutor. Mr. Justice, if you cannot provide an adequate counter-argument to this point, I'm afraid I must bring the trial to an end. So, do you think you can explain why the remaining oxygen level increased? Of course I can. The thing to do at the time like this is to turn my thinking around. Mr. Starbuck has no memory of it, but he claims to have carried clay. So this man with the 50 on the tank ought to be Mr. Starbuck. But if anything, the display on the oxygen tank should have shown 80%. There is a clear contradiction between the report and the security footage. So what I should be asking is not why did the oxygen level increase, but what had to have happened to make it look like it increased. Am I making some kind of mistake in my base assumptions here? Well, Mr. Justice, we're waiting. Yes, Your Honor. I'm ready to answer. I'm ready to answer. This is why the remaining oxygen appears to have increased. The victim was carrying the defendant. What if it was the other way around? The other way around? Would you care to explain, Mr. Justice? As you can see, Your Honor, both men had their helmets on in this footage. But it turns out, this is where our base assumptions went astray. We assumed that it was Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Turan, but it was the other way around. It wasn't Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Turan at all. It was Mr. Turan who was helping Mr. Starbuck in the boarding lounge. It was what? Right. I was like, wait, there's something missing here that I just thought of. Alright. Mr. Justice, you mean to tell me that the person on the right in this image is the victim, Clay Turan? It's the only way to riddle of the increasing oxygen level can be solved, Your Honor. At this point in time, the remaining oxygen in the victim's tank was at 50%. And when the victim was found in the boarding lounge, his tank was at 0%. That's right, there's nothing contradictory about the oxygen level decreasing. This means Mr. Turan was alive as they made their escape to the lounge. Huh. How sure your memory is, have you forgotten what you yourself proposed? Even if the victim was alive at this point in time, how did he descend the ladder with his arms full? Prosecutor Blackwell, you can't hurt me with a broken blade. Excuse me? It's true that we don't know how they got down the ladder. I suppose that matter needs further investigating. But we have proven that Mr. Turan was alive when he reached the boarding lounge. This fact alone shatters your claims, and opens up the possibility that the victim could have been killed by a third party. Ah! There were two people who claimed to be the first on the scene. But can we truly trust their statements? Let's see. The two people were Detective Candace Arme and Yuri Cosmos, right? You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police? Yes, it's certainly possible. We might have to do a little more digging. Teams will have to hear the testimony of these first two people on the scene. Score. Come to think of it, Detective Arme should be here in court right now. Bailiff, could you please show Detective Arme to the stand? I have an announcement, everyone. What's the meaning of this? We're in the middle of a trial here. Please remain calm and listen carefully. Someone has reactivated the bomb. The bomb was defused, but it's about to explode. Explode? Oh, so is this part like the... Okay. Bomb now. Everybody run. I don't want to die. Oh no, everybody's panicking. Excuse me.
Silence.
Headless chickens with a death wish. The lot of you. Calm yourselves or else. Come on, Apollo, let's get out of here. But what about Mr. Starbuck's dreams? And who will carry out Clay's final wish? I don't care what happens to me. I'm not letting some bomb blow the truth up forever. I refuse to let things end here. Apollo, this is no time to be dramatic. If we don't get out of here now, we're gonna die. Come on, this way. Hey, ouch! Let me go. Apollo. Apollo. Juniper. She hasn't evacuated yet. Eek. Juniper. Are you alright? Apollo. No. Not that way. Ah! Continue where we left off. Let me just put my phone to the side over here. There you go. In the middle of the Space Center bombing trial, we had another bombing incident. This one destroyed courtroom number 4. Furthermore, Apollo suffered massive injuries from being there when the bomb went off. Unfortunately, Juniper Woods was fingered as the courtroom bomber. Athena and I knew she had to be innocent, so we took her case on. We managed to clear Miss Woods' name. Another frame drop. I'm gonna just blame it on this. That it's the game. But Apollo sustained further injuries when he was attacked by Ted Tonate. Excuse me. Apollo is a tough guy, but this is taking its toll on him. Yeah, poor guy, being attacked by Tonate like that on top of all of his other injuries. Apollo's resting at the nearby Hickfield Clinic. I've had some experience with that place myself. What an awful turn of events. Never thought he'd land in a hospital of all places. You must miss him too, huh? Now that you don't have anybody to tease. Don't worry, he's young. He'll heal quickly and be back before you know it. It's been a while since I last saw Trucy look so down. We won the court case, yet nobody feels much like celebrating. Sniffle. Meh. Alright, enough of this, people. There's no time to be moping around. Now dry those eyes, both of you. You're the only one who's crying, Athena. Technicalities. Look, we have work to do. We have to take over. Take over what exactly? Apollo Space Center case, of course, and as no verdict's been reached, there's still a chance. I agree with Athena. We should pick up Mr. Starbuck's defense. We have to avenge our fallen comrade, right, Daddy? Apollo hasn't exactly fallen. He's still alive, you know. Good. Now that that's settled, let's get going. Come on, we gotta run. Wait, right now? Now? Like, right now? We better not be running the whole way. There she goes. I better go catch up. You take care of the officer, see? Sure thing, Daddy. Let's be careful out there. In the meantime, I'm going to bake some cookies and fill up my magic panties for you. Trucy seems to be feeling a little better. I can always count on Athena to perk everybody up with her enthusiasm. Oh, she's back. Don't mind me, just forgot a few things. Wallet, phone, but documents, my bag. Sounds more like you forgot everything. I can always count on Athena for that, too. Alright, you two, let's be careful out there. Truce is adorable. I'm glad that she still, you know, sees Phoenix as her father, and Phoenix is still, like, raising her. Like a daughter, yeah. So our client is one Solomon Starbuck. He's so famous, even I heard of him. That's right. He's a super famous astronaut who works at the Cosmos Space Center. He was actually up in outer space 7 years ago. You seem to know quite a bit about him. Now I'm all excited to meet the man. Back to the sighing. Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. Apollo told me all about you. You're Phoenix Wright, Apollo's mentor, right? Yes. Right. Mentor has a nice ring to it. Don't worry about a thing, Mr. Starbuck. Mr. Wright and I have got you covered. And you're the new kid that Apollo told me about. Wait, don't I know you from somewhere? Huh? You mean other than at your trial? No, I don't think so. I guess so. My mistake. Wait for it. My memory isn't what it used to be. My mind and body are kaput. Same goes for my life. I mean, I'm so astronomically unlucky that I had a bomb go off in the middle of my trial. Trying to defend me would be like trying to enter the stratosphere without a spacecraft. Yikes, he seriously got to stop depressing himself. Cheer up, Mr. Starbuck. Besides, that thing you said about entering the stratosphere, that just means we'd shine like shooting stars, right? Like shooting stars, huh? You know, you're right. Why didn't I think of that? After all, that's what we're all put on this earth to do, right? To shine like stars. Guess I shouldn't mention the fact that shooting stars burn out in the flash. Ah yeah, here we go. 3, 2, 1. To the stratosphere and beyond. Yeah, I feel alive now. You can go ahead and ask me anything you want. Is that really all it takes? Fucking mood. Hey, you're depressed? Get Athena. Get Athena to just be enthusiastic for you. Alright, let's talk, buddy. Case. So you have no memory at all of the incident. I'm so ashamed. My memory at the time is my memory at the time is as black and clouded as a dark nebula. So it's strange you don't remember a thing. You sure you didn't take one of those anti-anxiety pills like they said at the trial? You got it all wrong. I told him during the investigation too. I don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medication, I swear. It is true I developed a fear of space because of what happened 7 years ago. And I was taking medication secretly every now and then when my anxiety got bad. Having a fear of space is not something an astronaut can brag about, you know? Oh, the so-called Hat 1 miracle. That must have been a terrifying experience. But I'm still an astronaut at heart, come what may. I would never take drugs that might impede my performance just before a launch. That launch meant everything to me. That's more certain than the theory of relativity. He seems like a completely different person now. This is the face of the astronaut I know. But the tranquilizers were found in your system. Yeah, see, that's the thing, but I don't know why. I'm done for. If you didn't take them, then maybe somebody slipped them to you. Exactly, that's what I thought. It must have been a real culprit. My medication was in my locker. Anybody could have gotten their hands on it. Maybe the real culprit also planted the detonator switch in your pocket. Yeah, it's gotta be it. I've been framed. I'll say, they even managed to plant your prints on the switch before slipping it in. It's a real possibility. Do you remember anything else that might be relevant? Anything at all, no matter how small, like about the murder weapon, for example. That knife. I think it came from one of the Space Center's utility kits. Yeah, staff who work on machinery a lot are given these special toolkits to use. All the technicians have them, so I doubt you could prove whose knife it is. Okay, we got that. We got some information on the murder weapon. The Hat 1 miracle. As I recall, your last trip into space was 7 years ago, right? That's right. It was a pretty rough experience. During that mission, we had all kinds of problems with the craft. You did? What kind of problems? Power failure, oxygen leakage, busted radio, cracked windows, loose control column. The heat shield came off as we were entering the atmosphere. I thought I was a goner. But I managed to make it somehow with the popsicles and ice packs from the freezer. No wonder they dubbed it in the Hat 1 miracle. It's a miracle you made it back. Space is a boundless place. That's why it continues to capture people's imaginations. But the vastness of space shows us how insignificant we are in the scheme of things. The darkness just goes on and on forever, and ever, and ever, without end. There was nobody else there. Nobody was gonna come save me. I was all alone. All alone with nothing to listen to but the sound of my own breathing and heartbeat. I kept scrambling to make repairs, but I couldn't keep my hands from shaking. That's crazy. That's a wild experience to go through, actually. An experience like that would make anybody afraid to go up into space. Outer space. With the experience you had, weren't you dreading this mission? What? No way. Of course not. Even now, I want to go up into space so bad, I can barely stand it. Want to shake off the Earth's gravity at escape velocity and spin around weightless. But you have to admit, it was pretty harrowing. Weren't you even a tiny bit afraid? I was afraid. Of course I was. Still am. But space is man's final frontier, an unknown world. The cosmic truth is out there waiting for us somewhere. Cosmic truth, huh? Yes, there are people looking for the truth in every walk of life. No matter how afraid I am, I'm sure I can manage. If I give in to my fear, I'll never find the truth. As long as I don't give up, I can keep up the flight. Or fight. I think it was fight. One thing's for sure, Mr. Starbuck's passion for space is undeniably the real deal. The victim. The victim, Clay Turan, he was kind of like your protege, wasn't he? Well, it wasn't a big exaggerated deal like master and apprentice or anything like that. But Clay did think of me as his mentor. The mentor and the protege. What a combination they must have been. Excuse me. With his encouragement, I knew I could get I could get over my fear and go back into space. But now, Clay must have been very encouraging, huh? Yeah, it's funny, really. Whenever I'd hear him shout, "You're fine," I always got the feeling everything really was gonna be just fine. You're fine. Apollo says I'm fine, and you're fine all the time, too. I always feel encouraged, too, whenever I hear him shout it. Yeah, Clay and Apollo were best buds. They used to come visit the Space Center a lot, ever since they were high school kids. One day out of the blue, Clay even told me he wanted to be my protege. Those two hung around the Space Center so much they were like a part of the staff. One time during Zero-G training, I started to panic a little bit, and the two of them took turns shouting, "You're fine," over the radio. It was a simple thing, but it was exactly what I needed to hear. So I'm fine and you're fine were like Apollo and Clay's secret phrases, huh? I wish I could ask Apollo more about Clay and their relationship now. Speaking of Clay, how do you suppose he climbed down the ladder with you over his shoulder? Sorry, but I can't even begin to imagine. But he actually did climb down the ladder, so a way has to exist. From the freedom of space to the walls of the cell. But the prosecutor said the dark night sky isn't half bad through barred windows. You're fine. Solomon Soul Starbuck is fine. Everything is going to be alright. Huh? And Athena Sykes is fine. Come on, Mr. Wright, you too. Do I really have to? Phoenix Wright is fine. I can't hear you! Phoenix Wright is fine! We'll get you back into space yet, Mr. Starbuck. Believe in your own innocence and have faith in us. Apollo believed in you wholeheartedly, and that's good enough for me. I believe in you too. Thank you. Thank you both of you. I'll put my faith in you. And I vow to make it back into space, and all I need first is a not guilty verdict. Sure feels nice to reassure ourselves every now and then that we're all fine. Okay, Mr. Wright? Let's get our investigation of the Space Center started, pronto. Good idea, let's go. We got the victim, right? Yeah, okay. Let's move on to Cosmos Space Center entrance. Yeah, I think every time I move to a different area, for like at least the investigation, I'll just save. Alright. Cosmos Space Center. Wow, I was wondering what kind of place this Space Center would be. Almost looks like an amusement park of the future. Yeah, did you know they even let the public see their rockets up close? Oh, so check it out. Look at how brightly the Gyaxa logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig that stars and rocket motif it's got going. Gyaxa, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? Yeah, but why a strange acronym? I mean, what is Gaia supposed to stand for? Galaxy? If that were it, then the whole thing would be something like Galaxy Exploration Agency. Which, if you ask me, I'd have abbreviated to Gaxa or even Gaia. I guess so. Oh, I know. Maybe the person who came up with the name just really likes the letter Y. This exchange is beginning to feel oddly like deja vu. Anyway, this place is more than just a research facility. It's also a tourist attraction. Tourist attraction? Don't make me laugh. It's a monument to the human race. Galactic shooter, full speed ahead. It's on a segue. Hey, who's the geezer and what's he want? Look upon me and look well. Behold the great power of space science. Pardon me, but you are... My glorious name is Yuri Cosmos. I'm the director of the Cosmos Space Center. The center of the cosmos. Boss, that was pretty groan-inducing. If this person is the Space Center's director, then that means... Aha, so you were the first to discover the Clay's body, weren't you? I'm like trying to reposition my seating. Trying to fix my posture. Yuri Cosmos and Detective Candace Arme. That is correct. I was honored to be the very first man in all of space and time to discover the body. But this talk is the incident the way he turned around. Are you by any chance the space police? You can't tack the word space onto just any old thing, you know. We're Mr. Starbucks lawyers. We're here to investigate his case. Oh, and we're Earth lawyers, by the way. Ah, I see. Yes, I heard about you. In that case, by my esteemed privilege, I grant you permission to investigate. I trust you and appropriately grateful, I trust you are appropriately grateful. Now go ahead, have at it. I can already tell he's going to be nothing but trouble. Don't let him hear you say that or you'll see what trouble really is. Let's just be professional and ask him about when he found the body, okay? Yeah, I'm like just saving when I enter a new area, saving like before I do a talk, just in case. So as director, what do you do here at the Space Center specifically? Defend peace across the galaxy and promote space development in this country. No matter what obstacles stand in our way, we keep going for the sake of mankind. I believe I used the word specifically in my question. Attention all personnel, to your break stations, prepare for break. Oh, I get it. You just wander around and tell people what to do in a self-important manner. That is exactly right. Because I am an important man, my manner is important. Mr. Wright, this man doesn't get sarcasm. Well, there's bound to be some people like that here in this in the boundlessness of space. What's that? You want to know what it is that makes me important specifically? Very well, I will tell you. I was the central figure of the Hat 1 project. You may proceed to my be appropriately impressed. Now go ahead, have at it. It might be more impressive if I knew what he did for it specifically about the bombing. Could you tell us what you know about the incidents from the other day? I refuse. Kotowaru. Why? What? What? Explaining is a job for common folk, not the director of the Center of the Cosmos. My testimony, which will go down in space history, will be heard at in the courtroom. What? So does that mean you'll be taking a stand tomorrow? That is correct. I will be the most glorious witness in the history of mankind. Not sure if he really understands what being a witness is all about. Looks like Director Cosmos is the type that only talks about what he wants to talk about. And let's at least try to ask him about the things he might be willing to open up about. About Hat 1. That one was a rocket that was launched into space 7 years ago, correct? And despite numerous problems, it somehow made its way back home. I suppose it is part of my job to educate ignorant young folk like you. Very well, I will impart to you the complete story of the Hat One project. Oh, thank you very much. Hat One's noble mission was to collect samples from an asteroid, and Mr. Starbug was the pilot for that flight. Eventually, the Hat One reached its planned orbit. From where it launched the Hope probe towards the asteroid belt. From there, the Hope probe began its long, lonely journey into the far reaches of space. And after a terrifying struggle, the Hat One returned safely to Earth. That struggle was when the incident known as the Hat One miracle occurred, right? Correct. It's truly was a miracle. Of course, they just had to turn the ordeal into a movie. As for the Hope probe, it did eventually arrive safely at its destination. It obtained a few samples from the asteroid and returned to Earth but a few days ago. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them? The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they just came back on the day before Turan's murder. Regrettably, we've had no time to inspect the samples due to everything that has occurred. But this puts our space development program ahead of other countries by several years. That's quite impressive. I guess this guy isn't just a loudmouth braggart, after all. In the golden age of space development, our predecessors were successful in bringing a moon rock back. That is the greatest achievement in the history of this space center. The public fell in love with space and all of its glorious potential. Moon rock, huh? I remember that being big. Our endeavors with the moon rock lives on in our work with those asteroid samples. I want to bestow new hopes and dreams for the future upon mankind once again. That is my mission as the man who stands at the center of the cosmos. Here there's a lot of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there. What? Bite your tongue. It's not for anything so base as money or politics. It's all for the brilliant future that awaits mankind, and all for my illustrious mission. With the recent budget cuts, my staff tells me finances are tight, but I won't hear it. I guess even a space program has to watch its budget. By the way, you seem awfully knowledgeable about this kind of thing, Athena. Huh? Oh, well, you know, I thought I'd better brush up for the case. Is that so? Well, I'll be on my way. As you can see, I am a very busy and very important man. Galactic Scooter, fire up the main engine, max the battle speed, and engage. Off he goes. I think it's surprisingly fast. Guess we better get going too. You bet. Let's make it so. Go to the boarding lounge. So this is where Mr. Turan was murdered. Yeah, this is the lounge. Let's see that diagram the police made again. Right now, we're in the main building here on the right side of the 3rd floor. Claiming Mr. Starbuck fled here from launch pad 1 after the explosion. You there. No admittance without express permission. We're Mr. Starbuck's lawyers. We've come to investigate. Sorry, nobody gets... Excuse me. Nobody gets in without permission, not even the police, superintendent. Can't have Detective Fulbright getting mad at me. No, Detective Fulbright is here, huh? Yeah, he's in the Launchpad 1 corridor. Go get clearance from him, and then we'll talk. Leave it to me. I'm great at getting intel out of Detective Fulbright. Let's see. What trick should I use on him today? I don't know if I should be grateful or afraid. So, get to the Launchpad 1 corridor. We just have to go through that door with the blue rocket on it, right? I think. Wait, that door. Looks awfully familiar. Good eye there, boss. This is the door Clay and Mr. Starbuck used during their escape from the launch pad. Ah, that explains it. Fingerprint system has been deactivated, so I think we can just pass through. Now come on, let's go. Alright, let's move along. Launchpad 1. Excuse me. So, this is it, huh? This is the corridor the two of them used in their escape. Yep, this is the whole thing connecting Launchpad 1 with the main building. I see police taped down at the other end. Guess we won't be looking at the launchpad. After the explosion, this whole corridor must have been filled with smoke. The launchpad itself was probably a sea of flames. Must have been pretty scary for them. Now, where could Detective Fulbright be? Hey, I think that's him over there. What should I do? Which path is the path of justice? He seems to be lost. That's funny. This corridor is a straight shot. Huh? Ah, it's you, lawyer people. Welcome to the Space Center. Enjoying a relaxing day off, are you here for a little rocket sightseeing? We're here to investigate the scene, same as you. Do you have any info to share? Boss, if he acts at all reluctant to give us information, we hit him with the whatever shall we do act. I'm sure he'll fall for it. Got it? Are we trying to catch the unruly family dog here or something? Info on the case, huh? Alright, I'm glad to share something with you. Huh? What just happened? Detectives and lawyers seeking truth and justice side by side. I like it. Just take whatever you want from me, you info bandits. I'm in a generous mood today. I don't know. There's something weird about Detective Fulbright today. Well, we need information, so let's run with it. You say so. The crime scene. Detective Fulbright, could you give us permission to investigate the crime scene? No, officers are on guard and we can't get in, or whatever. Oh, whatever shall we do? That's an easy one. I'll let them know over there to let you in. Investigate to your heart's content. Take a week. Take a week if you need it. A month even. Till I have some snacks delivered. One of my men gives a mean neck rub. No, that's okay. But thanks. Definitely not the Fulbright I know. Detective Fulbright is acting sickeningly sweet. It's kind of gross, actually. Think he hit his head or something. Who knows? Whatever the case, it's making our lives way easier. What happened exactly? You were here at the Space Center at the time of the incidents, weren't you, Detective? That's right. I was here on security assignment. The police are required to secure rocket launches now. I didn't know that. Yes, well, you know us. To serve and protect. Ha 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 ha. The explosion occurred while I was here on duty, so I started leading the evacuation. He's leaving out a lot of details, but okay. Tell us more about what happened. Of course, a bomb went off on the second floor of the main building. Right after that, the one over in Launchpad 1 also blew sky high. So I immediately instructed the visitors and the employees to evacuate to the shelter. The shelter? That's right. There's an evacuation shelter in the basement of the Space Center. Right here. It's there for accidents and emergencies and the like. So where were you when the first bomb went off? I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite a madhouse, I tell you. The elevator wasn't working on account of the explosion. And the stairs on the 2nd floor were destroyed, so we couldn't go that way. Now, wasn't it impossible to get down to the basement shelter? No, we lowered an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped that way. Ah. It was a folding ladder, so it wasn't very stable, but at least it reached the ground. After I secured the ladder, I left to take another look around for any other survivors. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. Wow, what an ordeal. But climbing down an emergency ladder kind of sounds fun. Thank you for your answers, Detective. They were very helpful. Just a moment, I have some more information to share with you. But don't tell Prosecutor Blackwell, okay? Wow, and Prosecutor Blackwell usually has you on a short leash, too. Well, never mind that. I thought you should know that there was a witness. The witness? Can you tell us more about this witness? Sure thing. The witness was a Space Center employee who was on the 4th floor. While she was climbing down, she looked through a window into the 3rd floor lounge. So she was looking into the crime scene from the outside. That's right. It was just a matter of chance that she saw something important. Not that I know what she saw exactly yet, though. You don't. But that's the important thing of all. Don't worry, I'll get around to interviewing her soon enough. She should still be somewhere here in the Space Center. You might even run into her. 4th floor employee, huh? Alright. Thanks for the info, Detective Fulbright. D, you sure are being cooperative, Detective. A little too cooperative, even. Yes, well, actually, something you can't talk about. Yeah, something like that. Anyway, never mind. Don't worry about me. Oh, I'll be on my way now. I'll be on my way now. What was that all about? Something is definitely going on. I'm going to get it out of him the next time I see him. Okay. Not sure he'll talk about it, though. Well, we have permission to investigate now. Let's head back to the boarding lounge. Just repositioning myself on this chair. Oh, like I said. You two. Detective Fulbright has granted you permission to investigate. He also said bring you some snacks or give you a neck rub, too, if you'd like. That's alright, but thank you for the offer. Well, time to roll up our sleeves and start investigating. Now, let's see. Where's that diagram again? So, this lounge is on the 3rd floor of the main building. And according to Apollo, this is where he believes a third party killed his friend. Well, stop the recap and start looking for traces of this third person then. You read my mind. Athena? You read my mind, Athena. We'll make that the first priority. There's just one problem, though. This room. It's just so big. Don't worry. We can use this to help us. A Space Center pamphlet for tourists. Yep, picked it up at the entrance. The maps inside should come in handy. Let's see. Yep, here it is. A map of the lounge. This is the door we went through to talk to Detective Fulbright. Oh yeah, that's the door with the fingerprint recognition lock. Well, I guess the map will make things a little easier. Okay. Yeah, no more excuses. Let's track down the third person. Wait, there's just one more thing. What's that strange creature moving around outside the window? Oh, boss, it's just a holographic image. Oh yeah, I knew that. Ooh, that's a relief. There should be a button somewhere in this room to turn the image on and off. That's what it says in the pamphlet, anyway. The only reason you're so eager to start is so that you can push that button, isn't it? And what's wrong with that? Let's just look for the button while we're looking for clues. Alright, fine. Let's get investigating. Alright, let's examine. The body outline is the first thing we look at. So this is where this discovers Clay. Yeah, he was already dead when they found him. Let's take a look at the photo. So he was stretched out like this and... What's that thing that looks like a thermos? That's the thing that Prosecutor Blackwell mentioned when I was in court with Apollo. He said that it contains asteroid samples. Alright, Director Cosmos mentioned something about that too, didn't he? That they were brought back only 5 days ago by the probe that the Hat 1 launched. I wonder what they look like. Do you think they'll let us see? Let's think about that after we've solved the case, okay? That's one thing out the way. What does it want me to examine the spinning ball with the chair inside? The spinning ball with the chair inside. Oh. Oh, this. No matter how I look at it, all I can think of is torture device. But I guess it's a training device for getting used to zero gravity. Uh-oh. Athena has an odd glint in her eyes. Is she thinking about trying that thing out? I should try to stop her, but I'm afraid she'll just out-muscle me. Hey, Mr. Wright, look at that up there. Oh, some kind of fragment. It's stuck in tight. Oh, so that's what the glint was all about. The color looks familiar. I think it's part of an oxygen tank. I think you're right, but if that's here, it means Clay's tank ruptured after they arrived at the boarding lounge. Prosecutor Blackwell's theory that Mr. Starbucks dropped Clay down the ladder must be wrong. This proves that both of the astronauts were alive when they reached the boarding lounge. Paul was right. It seems the murder wasn't the launch pad. Way to go, Apollo. Alright, that's one thing out the way. Then we got, let's see, examine the door to the satellite dish on it. Whoop. Can I do it like this? Yes, I can. So it looks like there are 3 doors that lead in and out of this room. Well, let's check. Drum roll, please. Ta-da! The Space Center pamphlet. We're here at this place that says Boarding Lounge 1. Here are the 3 doors. Let's call them Lefty, Righty, and Downy. People usually say West, East, and South in a case like this, you know. Details. Anyways, take a look at the West door. That door with the rocket icon leads to Launchpad 1. No, because it says here on the map Launchpad 1 corridor. So that's where we were with the detective. It was filled with smoke after the explosion. Right. Next up is the right-hand side of the map, or east, in your world. That's the door with the satellite dish icon and to signify communication, aka the control room. Yeah, but it definitely says control room. Looks like it has another door on the opposite side. They communicate and exchange information with rockets and probes in space from there. So it's the center of the Space Center. The Space Center, if you will. Does everybody start to talk like Director Cosmos after they've been here a while? But it seems they built a new command center on the 6th floor. That's what they used for the Hat 2 mission, so the control room was empty at the time. I've always wanted to see the inside of Mission Control Room, and since we're here, I'd love to do that too, but it doesn't look like we'll be able to. You want to keep curious kids like you out. So the door is protected with fingerprint recognition. Only the director can go through. With that much security, I'm definitely not the one they're looking to keep out, Athena. So apparently the lock is also hooked up to a backup generator in case of emergencies. Control room door lock added to the court record. Okay, what about the last door? This lower door, or, oh, excuse me, I mean south door, it leads to the elevators. Fucking Athena. This is the door we came through when we entered this room, right? Yep, and of course, there are no fingerprint recognition device, so it's open to anyone. But the elevators weren't working at the time due to the explosion. Well, that's about it for the 3 muscadors of the boarding lounge. Thanks. Understanding the layout of the lounge should help us understand the case. That's why I thought we'd better have a good grasp of where all the doors go. Alright. So now I have to look for... Next, examine the door... Oh, wait, no, I did that. Control room door lock. Control room door lock. Here. It's right next to the holographic image too. I bet it's here to help people see the stark contrast between reality and virtual reality. Way off, it says emergency ventilation, you know, to clear smoke from a fire. See, it's pointing out the virtual insanity of reality. Fucking... This is the fingerprint recognition device. I guess you put your hand on the hand mark. But I guess when you can, I guess when you can try. Now to line my hand up with the outline. Don't, Athena, the thing is related to the case. Get your prints all over that, and the next thing you know, you'll be named a suspect. Well, how can you be so cruel to a little girl like me? I'm not buying those tears, Missy. Let's see here. What's this as well? Wonder what this big knob is for. It looks like a knob on the stove. Well, it's the same shape, but I think that's where the similarities end. I mean, it's behind a glass pane. What kind of stove would require knob security like this? Well, the knob is straight up and down, so if it was for a stove, the burner would be off. Right. If it was for a stove, still, I wonder what it really is for. Something turned on by a knob that's not a stove. How about a rocket engine? If you had to start the engine here, the rocket would take off before you could get in. And I guess all we can say for now is that it's a mysterious knob. What am I missing specifically here? Control room door lock. Oh, no, wait, hold up. I got the spinning thing, I got that. The door and the rocket leads. Oh, here you go. Examine. Now that your perspective has changed, examine the area to the right of the elevators. Right of the elevators. Right of the elevators. Am I dumb? Sorry, give me a second here. The door with the rocket leads to the launch pad 1. The people registered. The fingerprint recognition system can pass through. The door with the satellite dish leads to the control room. And the murder. And only Yuri Cosmos can pass through. In case of emergencies, the lock runs on backup power. Control room door lock is added to the court record. Do I have that? Yes, I have that. Okay. Now that your perspective has changed, examine the area to the right of the elevators. Your left. So do left, I guess? It seems to be another piece of the training equipment which stimulates experience of the walking the moon. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, this thing. Examine. Another amazing piece of equipment. Walk on the surface of the moon, it says. Oh boy, I want to try it. Gravity is weak on the moon, so I bet I could do mid-air somersaults. You're still on Earth, remember. Besides, it's connected to the ceiling. Well, at least I could jump really high. There's a sign on the wall that very clearly says, "Don't jump too high." Then what good is this thing? Didn't I say in the beginning, walking on the surface of the moon? Okay, we got that out the way. Examine the trapdoor on the right. This. What's that, a trapdoor? The trash chute. The cleaning robots throw the garbage out from here. The robots do the cleaning? What a futuristic world we live in. I just hope they don't revolt like they do in the science fiction movies. No way, all the robots here are very nice. Actually, wasn't there one in the Launchpad 1 corridor? We could go say hi if you want. Examine the gutter at the... and then examine... okay, the gutter. Oh, there's a little twinkle. Hey, I see something shiny down there. Let's take the cover off then. Let's take the cover off then. What's this? It looks like a metal jelly bean. It's really small, but it's a bullet. It's only about 2 or 3 millimeters in diameter. Let's see. That would make this the caliber 10? Caliber refers to the diameter of the gun's barrel, right? Yes, but I never heard of a 10 caliber gun before. This bullet must be a special kind of gun. Bet if you tried firing a bullet this small with a regular sized gun, it would just fall right out. Yeah, it must have been a really small gun. Wonder how the bullet ended up here. I mean, we're in the bottom left of on the south door side of the room, according to this map. That's pretty far from the clay, from where Clay's body was. Maybe the police didn't think to look here. Yeah, leave it to Detective Fulbright to accidentally hand us just a cord we need. Alright, here you go, the bullet. Alright. Examine the shiny object inside. Examine the gutter, then examine the shiny object inside. It's a bullet, a very small one. A bullet added. Examine Launchpad 1. Go back to examine the Launchpad 1 door. Copy. Let's see. The door is... Where's that plan? But... Here we are. The door to the corridor that leads to Launchpad 1. We went through it earlier when we went to talk to Fulbright. So I guess the security lock must be disengaged now, right? They say the corridor was filled with smoke at the time of the bombing. This thing beside the door, this must be the fingerprint recognition device. Which reminds me, I think Prosecutor Blackwell talked about it at the trial. Then does this mean that the bomber's prints were verified by the system? Well, the number of authorized personnel was supposed to be really small. Voila! Fingerprint powder. I brought it just in case something like this came up. Found it at the office. I've been just itching for a chance to use it. Wow, way to think ahead. Now let's dust the fingerprints recognition device and see what we can find. You got it. Now to sprinkle some here and a little over there and... Whew. Let's see what we have here. Oh, we got something. Ah, it's only a single set of prints. Isn't that a good thing? Sure wish we could figure out whose prints these are. Although I doubt we'll be lucky as to get the culprit's prints on the first try. Well, I'm willing to bet that Detective Fulbright has some fingerprint data. Right, and there's the security footage of the door too. Yes, yes, here it is. I came up in court the other day. I wish we could see the part of the footage just after this bit. Oh, because that would be right before the murder, wouldn't it? Let's ask the detective. With the mood he's in, he'd probably show it to us right away. Yeah, he's in a almost too good of a mood today. Let's go see if we can find him again once we're done with this room. Okay, we got that out the way. Examine the knob to the left is the clear glass panel. What could it be? Okay. Change the view to the right. The right? Okay. I don't know if this is what he means. To the right. And examine the remote in the left table's compartment. This little remote here. There's some kind of panel with 2 buttons on it here. Just push it. That's the invaluable principle of buttons. There are such things as buttons left unpushed. Ah. Hey, the giant holographic image disappeared. Yeah, I thought that side of the wall seems kind of barren without it now. So let's see if we can find anything new with the image off. Ah, I see. Change the view left to examine the screen and then examine the broken glass. Got it. Thank you. Hey, Mr. Wright, take a look at this. Looks like a bullet hole. Great find, Athena. It's pretty big. Whoever fired this shot must have been using a pretty large gun. You think so? Based on my experience, I'd say that was fired from a regular pistol. Well, whatever size it was, somebody fired a gun in here, right? Apparently, this is an important fact. Do you see a bullet anywhere? No, the police might have taken it, though. I mean, we did this after finding the bullet hole, so yeah. Let's ask Detective Fulbright about this bullet hole later. Okay, there you go. Oh boy, we got more things to do. Welcome to the Space Center, guests. Welcome. Yikes, what in the world is... Oh, let me save, too. What in the world? My name is Ponko. P-O-N-C-O. Ponko. Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you looking around? Choose one. I will guide you. It's, a robot. I am not a robot. I am Ponko. Psychological observation and navigation... navigation companion. P-O-N-C-O. Ponko. Well, I'm glad we got that cleared up. Oh, Ponko, I missed you. Huh? Do you know this thing, Katina? Oh, she, showed us around the last time when I came here with Apollo. Oh, you're such a good girl, Ponko. That's a good girl. Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm so happy, so very happy. Wow, a guide robot. That's pretty cool. My name is Phoenix Wright. Nice to meet you. I don't know you. I don't know you. Huh? Ouch, that hurt. Oh, she has to register people she meets for the first time. Please register him, Ponko. Certainly. Commencing guest registration. Please tell me your name. A nickname is fine too. His name is Phoenix. A bit overly familiar, but I'll allow it. Phoenix, please let me get a good look at your face. Oh, sure. Registering. Facial registration sequence complete. We are now officially friends. Nice to meet you, Phoenix. Huh, this robot is pretty cute. You made a friend, boss. Isn't it great? Phoenix, Athena, allow me to guide you. Right this way. Oh, goody. Let's go, boss. Go where? The Space Museum? Yep. I'm glad that I am taking in increments of like these sections for the streams, where I do like 2 parts and then I continue on with the next afterwards. Oh wow, what is this? What is this place? Is that rocket real? Ooh, cool. Welcome. The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Learn about the history of our nation's space development and the Hat 1 project. The rocket is just a replica, but it's the same size as the real one. Space Museum. Oh, here it is on the map. Okay, so it's on the exact opposite side of the main building from Launch Pad 1. Ask me anything. I will explain. Oh, sure. That one. This is quite the place. I can't believe we get to see a rocket this close up. This is a replica of Hat 1 that was launched 7 years ago. It's exactly like the real Hat 1 inside and out. Its little brother, the Hat 2, was supposed to launch the other day. I wonder if Ponko knows why the launch was cancelled. Over there is an exhibit about the launch 7 years ago. Check it out. Yeah. I can see that. Spacesuits, photos, newspaper articles. I'd like to come here again on a day off. Hey, what's this photo of? Phoenix, that's the staff of the Hat 1 project. So, Clay was around at this time for the Hat 1 project, right then? Interesting other 2 people. I'm into it. Oh, there's Mr. Starbuck. He looks so young and so different. Ah, and that's... What is it, Athena? There's something wrong. Oh, nothing. I just thought Mr. Starbuck looked really young too, that's all. Well, it was 7 years ago, after all, so the young guy standing next to Mr. Starbuck. It's Clay Taran, the victim. So they were mentor and protege, even way back then. And he's even got one of the staff jackets. He looks just like a regular staff member. No, Clay was still a student then. He just borrowed one of Solomon's old jackets. Ah, okay. That makes sense. Clay would have still been in high school 7 years ago. Everybody looks so happy. This space museum is great. What fantastic exhibits. This area used to be Launchpad 2. That's why the only entrance is on the 3rd floor. Wouldn't it be better if you just made a new ground floor entrance instead? There was talk of it, but they had to scrap their plans because of the budget cuts. Budget cuts. We need more money. Who would record that kind of information in the guide robot? While it was in space, the Hat 1 launched a probe called Hope. The Hope probe collected some samples from an asteroid and returned 5 days ago. That's what Director Cosmo said too. He told us it came back the day before Clay was killed. And here it is, the Hope Space Probe. I think I've seen that logo somewhere before. Let's see. Oh yeah, the capsule that the victim was carrying. I think it had the same logo. I think it could be seen in the photo attached to the autopsy report. Maybe she'll give me some more info if I show it to her. Launchpad. The way the Space Center Launchpad is set up is really cool. Would you like me to tell you about it, would you? A setup of the Launchpad. Go gentle on my spiky haired mind. I want to know. Phoenix wants to know too. Great. Now Dina's got a case of Ponkoitis. Hooray, I will tell you then. The rocket is built right inside the launch pad structure. When the rocket is complete, it's moved along with the launch pad over the rails. I have had 20 frame drops, huh? Cool. I brought it to position at the launch site. I hope it's resolved by next week, though. Isn't it cool? Isn't it? We used to have a big budget, so that's how we could build it all. It's very cool, grand setup that suits an important place like the Space Center. I guess everyone is hoping for a bigger budget next year, myself included. I'm guessing the whole thing is operated from the control room, huh? That it is, but it can also be operated from the new command center too. Either way, the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to first be disengaged. I guess before a big move like that can be carried out, there are all kinds of procedures. I would love to see the launch pad being moved when's the next one scheduled for? Searching data. All feature plans have been put on hold because of the bombing and the murder, I bet. Which is perfectly understandable. Well, what was the last time it was moved? Searching data. I'm sorry. That answer isn't in my answer database. I guess Ponko can only answer certain questions. Alright. Oh no, it's present. Whoop. Present the photo autopsy? Was it? Yeah. Ponko, you recognize this capsule here in the top right. Checking. Registered data. I know. It's the Hope capsule. It was carried inside the Hope probe. It contained the asteroid samples, right? Yes. It was designed to store the samples gathered by the Hope probe. It's been stored in the safe in Launch Pad 1 ever since it returned to Earth. It must not be removed. Don't worry, Ponko. The people in charge already know what happened. They do? I must ask them later. So the capsule was being kept in Launch Pad 1, huh? Maybe Clay was trying to carry it to safety after the explosion. The Space Center staff must have been really excited to finally get the capsule back. But it's a pity that this incident occurred before they got the chance to check on the contents. Well, the police took it as an evidence, so they'll have to wait a little longer. I bet you that the safe is on the middle ground floor, and that's how one of them was able to carry the other down the ladder. Well, we certainly learned a lot about the Space Museum. Thank you, Ponko. You explained everything very well. I love to explain. Thank you for listening. Thank you. You two are like old friends. It's hard to believe you just met recently. Hehe. It's because Ponko is so friendly. Well, what should we investigate next? Let's go find Detective Wright. We have things to ask him about. Let's see. The security footage and the fingerprint data was it? Okay. Then let's go back to the Launchpad 1 corridor. Bye, Ponko. See you later. Come again. And don't forget to visit the gift shop. Poor Ponko. What a Dickinson life we are all forced to lead. Alright, move. Back to Launchpad 1. Whoop. Oh boy, here we go. Alright, let's bring it along the lines. Got some old Phoenix tactics coming through. What should I do? Wait, I have that on me? I like doing up and down, just can do this. Alright. Which path was the path of justice? There's Detective Wright. He still seems to be lost, even though it's a straight corridor. Let's hope he's still in cooperative move as well then. Oh my gosh. Let's just hope he's in a cooperative move as well then. He doesn't cooperate, then I'll just have to use my powers on him. You mean that lady in distress bit? I'm glad he called it a bit. Bullet hole at the scene. We found a bullet hole in the wall at the crime scene. You did? Our team found that too. It was Detective Armé who fired that bullet. Detective Armé? That's right. A warning shot for the defendant. Was it really such a high-threat situation that she needed to do that? I'm afraid I don't know the details. What with Detective Armé gone and all. But I thought there were two people who discovered the crime scene together. We already know that the Director Cosmos will testify, so tomorrow will be about what he knows. Hey, you're pretty smart. That's exactly what we're planning to serve as the main course. I hope it goes down easy. Fingerprint data. Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some prints we found at the boarding lounge. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Ah yes, I just happen to have compiled the print data of everyone related to the case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. This is quite a bit of data. Well, when I said everyone, I meant it. Prosecutor Blackwell said to dig deep, so that's what I did. I sure took a while, though. Ooh. You got Apollo and my prints. He's even got prints for all the robots. I guess when Blackwell said to dig deep, Wright didn't bother to ask how deep. Ah, Clay's fingerprints are here too. Still can't believe you took all off his glove to get his fingerprints. Yeah, well, you can't blame me for thinking they're important in this case. There are a lot of doors that require fingerprint verification in the lounge. So depending on whose prints we find, it can completely change the tide of vote for both sides. Makes sense. After all, the culprit's prints did get them past the fingerprint lock somehow. Oh, take this picture. It might come in handy. Okay. This is just a photo of the launchpad 1 door. Yep, but Prosecutor Blackwell seemed really interested in it for some reason. Huh. What's so important about this door? Beats me, but boy could you see the gears in his head go into hyperdrive at it. Sounds like it's going to be a major point in contention tomorrow. Hey, don't forget about the print comparison, boss. Right. Detective Fulbright, do you think you could run the test for us right now? You just leave it to me. In justice we trust. Okay, here you go. Okay, here we go. Well, it looks like it was Mr. Starbuck who opened that security door. He must have opened it when they went to go board the rocket. His heart must have been full of hopes and dreams for his space adventure right there. What the fuck just occurred to me? Sorry, I'm just like having a personal issue on my currently with myself. Alright. Present security video footage. Detective, about the security footage that was taken by the boarding lounge on one camera. Oh, that footage. Go ahead and ask me anything you like about it. Is there any way I could see a little more of the part just after this? Easy as pie. I'd be glad to show you. Here we go. Okay. Oh. Huh? The screen went blank. Yes, apparently the after effects of the explosion damaged the wires. Well, there's no footage after this point. Why didn't you just say so from the beginning? Okay, so there updates that a little bit. Something definitely seems to be up with you, Detective. You're unusually cooperative. Well, I just figured if we work together, we'd get that much closer to justice, right? Like, actual justice or Apollo justice? Just curious to what you're on about. But it seems like something's really been bothering you. You don't have some ulterior motive, do you? What? I don't know what you're talking about. I would never do anything like that. There you go. The good old chains coming back. It's been a while. But those are definitely Psylocks. You just mouth Psyche. Is there something I should be psyched about? No, Psylock. It's a system of locks on the secrets in a person's heart. I can see when people are trying to hide those secrets by using the power of this Magatama. Presenting evidence can break those locks and reveal any secrets they're hiding. Mr. Wright, how much did they blike you out of for that piece of rock? If you've been swindled, I know some lawyers I can introduce you to. I'm more than capable of representing myself. Thank you very much. It isn't some kind of fraud. It really works. A friend gave it to me a long time ago. But I guess seeing is believing. Allow me to show you. I can use the Magatama on him by touching the X. Okay.
Take that!
Why are you being cooperative? I think you're hiding something, detective, so why don't you tell us about it? What to do? Which path is the path of justice? Dr. Fulbright is really in agony. I bet this is the issue he's so torn over. Love. Apparently if I do love, it's a funny, like, little thing. And you get an achievement for the trilogy on this. You know what? Fuck it. Better know what's been bothering you. You're troubled by love. What? How did you know? I put my pet love in I put my pet carp love in with my goldfish, and the next thing I knew, all the little goldfish were gone. Love had eaten them all. My poor little goldfishies. Oh, I loved you so. Guess love really can cause a lot of heartache, huh? Anyway, but this is the issue he's torn up about. That's a little bit funny. It's probably justice. Okay. I really understand what's been bothering you, detective. I truly do. Something happened that goes against your principles, isn't that right? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Until the explosions occurred, everything was just fine. Is that a fact? Yep, peaceful as peaceful can be. Everyone whistling a happy tune as they did their job. You never saw a more relaxed guard detail for a routine rocket launch. I don't think the guard detail was as relaxed as you claim it as long as this exists. Executive report. Or evacuation report. Where is it? Oh, here.
Take that!
Before the explosions, what was supposed to happen here as when the rocket launched? Yeah. And yet security was so tight they even brought a special task force. I'd hardly describe that as a relaxed guard detail. There's one. Now hold on just one moment. The entire nation had their eyes on this extremely important rocket launch. That's why I was called in on a special security detail. As versatile as you are, I certainly believe that's true. But I say it's very strange that this person would be part of the detail from the outset. And then Candace, yeah. Where is she? Right here.
Take that!
Detective Arme specialized in bomb cases. The fact that she was here on hand means that you probably knew there was the possibility that a bombing would occur. You got me, Mr. Wright! There you go. We successfully got him to talk. Ooh, we got 3 more things coming up, too. He's defeated. I love when he does this pose. Alright, I concede. You win. It's just as you say. A few days before the launch, they were warned about a potential bombing. But the plan to launch went ahead in spite of the threat. But why? What were they planning to do if someone got hurt or killed? Yeah, I know. The decision to move forward wasn't exactly just, wasn't exactly just, was it? How was the warning delivered? By phone and directly to Director Cosmos. But the police department instructed everybody to keep it under wraps. That's a big thing to keep quiet about. No wonder you were so upset. But it's not only that. I've been distraught about Prosecutor Blackwell as well. Prosecutor Blackwell? Well, as his handler, I'm sure you have a lot of difficulties. That's not it. It's a question of justice. I've been wondering about why he's allowed to stand in court. The reason he's still prosecuting. Detective Fulbright, please tell us everything you know. There you go, Prosecutor Blackwell. We're getting information. We're getting the lore. Well, talking to you folks about it would definitely be breaking the rules. Never mind that. What are the rules but things to be broken, right? Well, I'll tell the truth. Having a prisoner act as a prosecutor is highly irregular. I think we guessed that much. So, why is it being allowed? I've been wondering about it. So you weren't told why either, huh? No, I guess the order came from pretty high up the ladder. Yeah, it would had to have. But Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. The hunt I've been on for the phantom of 7 years past continues even still. 7 years past. A phantom, huh? And not one of a friendly variety either, I gather. Alright, let's change it. Haunted for 7 years. Ooh, we're getting close to the end. We got a couple more. This phantom of 7 years past. Any idea who or what he was talking about? Not a clue. But he seems to think that this phantom is behind the whole incident somehow. Wait a minute, he thinks they may be connected to this case. Yup, this case has way too many similarities to what happened 7 years ago. For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center too. And in both incidents, a threat was issued via telephone. Well, that's why Prosecutor Blackwell thinks this incident is the work of the Phantom. Well, that's not the entire reason. I mean, if you want to talk about 7 years ago, that's when Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty of murder. That messy case is what started the whole dark age of the law. So you see how the Phantom and Prosecutor Blackwell's conviction might be related. Yeah, I can see why he'd think that. This incident and the Phantom, not to mention Blackwell's past, it's almost inconceivable that they would come to head here. This might sound crazy, but Prosecutor Blackwell can't possibly believe Mr. Starbuck is the Phantom person, right? I mean, he was acting kind of strange during the last trial and all.
Silence.
Now, I doubt he thinks Mr. Starbuck is his Phantom, but I do get the feeling that he thinks the defendant has ties to them, which is why he's acting so impatient. He's got a personal grudge against Mr. Starbuck, and that's not real justice. I've always trusted in Prosecutor Blackwell's judgment until now, but this time, I'm just so overwrought about it all. If he's lost his ability to think rationally, I'm afraid it might lead to a false conviction. I've never seen Detective Fulbright so tormented. This must be why he's been so cooperative. Don't worry, that's exactly what we defense lawyers are working to prevent. I feel bad for Prosecutor Blackwell, but I'm going to be rooting for your team this time. But don't tell him that. You have to promise me you won't. Detective Fulbright, I guess I was wrong about you. I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. Though I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart. You are the only ones who can stop him in court. You really care and want what's best for Prosecutor Blackwell, don't you, Detective? Leave the courtroom to us. It's not like we want a guilty verdict either. I was hoping you would say that. I'm really grateful to the two of you. To show my thanks, I'll give you another bit of information. It's about the eyewitness. I saw her hanging around the Space Center entrance a little while ago. Really? And let's go find her, Mr. Wright. Thanks, you two. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. You know what Fulbright's VA could be? Like, if they ever include, like, VA for, like, a character in English? The voice of Kronk from Cusco's New Groove. I think that voice exactly could truly fit Fulbright's fucking, like, vibe. 100%. Dude. If I could find anyone who could do, like, the Kronk's fucking voice, like, accurately well, like, so good, I would be like, hey, do you mind just reading some lines from this guy and just, like, you know, just play on him, just see if it'll fit him? I would pay money for that, straight up, because that's fucking, that would be nice to see. Feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm going to work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you. In justice we trust on 3. 1, 2, 3. In justice we trust. Okay, later. There he goes. There he goes. I wrote this game. Wait, were we supposed to say in justice we trust back there too? Phoenix are like, oh fuck, did he want us to also do it? I feel bad. Let's go see that witness now. Alright, the Space Center entrance it is. You gotta take me straight up there? Yes, it is. Who is the witness? Let's find out. The witness must be around here somewhere. Oh! Don't tell me it's a robot. Hello, hello. Uh-oh. Don't tell me the witness is a robot. Hello. Come over here. Hello, hello. Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you... I'm Clunko. Shall I guide you? Guide you? I don't know why, but this robot is kind of freaking me out. Hey, you're not supposed to be wandering around. Oh, hey. Oh, fucking hey. Fuck me up. Ugh. Smack me, please. Mommy? Mommy? I'm sorry. Mommy? Yo! Royally, she could destroy me. Back to the case. Yeah, let me lock in. Again. Huh. I've had it with you, hunk of junk. I'm outside. Am I wandering? When did that happen? Okay, welcome back, hunk of junk. You don't know how close you came. She's incredibly hot. I can't. I just can't. I really can't. You didn't snap out of it. I was going to put you on the curb on trash day. Nothing works better than a 42.5 degree karate chop. That's pretty specific. Excuse me, but are you the one who witnessed the murder? Oh, and I'm Phoenix Wright, the lead attorney for this case. How do you do? Are you perhaps single, by the way? Like Phoenix just trying to get in. Huh. Big shot lawyers, huh? I'm Aura Blackwell. Oh, last name, similar last name, Blackwell. Okay. Love the name Aura too. That's really good. I'm a researcher developing robots here at the Cosmos Space Center. Blackwell, could she be? And this good-for-nothing robot is, God, she's so hot. Is named Hunk of Junk. My name isn't Hunk of Junk. My name is Clunko. That's mean, Miss Aura. Quit complaining. Your model number is Punko 2. But Miss Aura, everyone calls me Clunko. Quit your squawking already. No, what are you doing? No, don't. There. I bet you won't be talking back now. I will obey completely. Yikes, I better watch what wires are crossed for this one. Fuck it, she can control me. Sorry, I'm having a moment. Your last name, I guess we're just bringing it out, huh? Your last name is Blackwell. Do you have a relative in the legal profession? You are correct. Simon Blackwell, who used to be a prosecutor, is... Shut up, only speak when I order you to speak. Simon is my little brother. You know him? Yes, we met him in court a few times. Right, right, Athena? What a dull creature. Has her switch been turned off? Athena being shy. This is new. Oh yeah, I heard he was prosecuting again, despite being a prisoner. Why doesn't he just stick to solving disputes among inmates in prison, right? Huh. Hey, what do you think, Hunk of Junk? Ah! Miss Aura, that hurts! I'm asking you a question. Why don't you answer me, useless hunk of junk? But Miss Aura, you told me to only speak when you order me to speak. I told you to never talk back to me. You're worth more than you're worth more as scrap. Robot abuse, hawk attacks, Blackwell family life must sure be interesting. Well, do you have any other questions? Wait, of course you do. You're a lawyer. It's not like I'm on Simon's side or anything. I just want to get this over with. The witness. So, you're the person who witnessed the incident. That's right. I was on the fourth floor of the main building. Oh, in the robotics lab. That explosion disabled the elevators. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain, we couldn't, why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? Must have been a very troubling experience. Probably best to just humor her here. Then as I passed by the third floor, boarding lounge 1 window on my way down, I saw the crime as it happened. And that's about it. So I can't look at her. I have shyness of like hot women. Like she's looking at me directly, and I'm just like, I can't look her in the eye. I just can't. I'm like, look at the text. So you saw the crime as it happened, and that's about it, I see. Wait, what? You saw it being committed? There's no time to just nod and repeat. So you saw into the third floor lounge. The very scene of the crime. That's right. There's a small window on the right-hand side of the room. I looked through that from the outside. The room was pitch black, but I saw a shady figure holding a lighter in their left hand. And a knife in their right. That must have been the culprit. Did you see who that person was? Of course not. The power was out on the floor, on that floor then, and there was only that tiny window. I see. But you did witness the moment of the murder. Yes, I saw the figure with the lighter raise their knife and... Ka-chink. It happened at precisely 10 a.m. Did you witness anything else? Did the killer have any distinguishing features? I already told you. It was pitch black in there. Although, I did notice that the lighter the person had in their left hand had a pretty ornament on it. It looked like a planet. It was blue, like a little Earth emblem. They had a good taste in knickknacks, anyway. An Earth emblem on the lighter. I'd better remember that. Alright, there's one down. Thank you for your statement. We'll definitely prove Mr. Starbuck's innocence with it. Hahaha, yeah, right. I won't hold my breath. Pardon me? Oh, did I hurt your feelings? Sorry, I just detest lawyers. That's all. What don't you like about lawyers? It's just an instinctive dislike. But don't feel bad. I hate prosecutors even more. That didn't make me feel any better, actually. The music. Why do you hate lawyers so much? Little thing from my past. The whole legal system is meaningless in the first place. I certainly don't agree. I mean, people are imperfect, they lie, they're influenced by silly emotions. You can't expect such imperfect creatures to uphold a reasonable system of law. I like robots much better, even sad sacks like this one. Hey, you look alive there. Yes, here I go. I'm the ultimate robot with amazing... Okay, I can operate on... Alright, that's enough out of you. You're getting a little too carried away. Huh? What was I doing? Yep, I like robots much better. At least you can make them any way you want them. Unlike humans, with their pretty petty emotions and constant worries. How can you say such things? Feeling emotions, worrying about the things we care about, that's what makes us human. Well, the girl finally talks and she starts with a speech. That's what makes us human, you mean? Oh, that's what makes us human. You mean getting angry and snorting like that? Rational thought, that's what separates humans from animals. Unfortunately, your reasoning capabilities are more akin to that of a clever little monkey. But that's nothing to be ashamed of. It must be nice to have such a simple mind. Can I punch her, boss? Get a hold of yourself, Athena. Humans certainly are absurd. I said you were clever, didn't I? Poor thing. You put the monkey, though, afterwards, so it really kind of just negates the clever. You can bash on me, though. I like, honestly, I'll love it. Anything for you, my queen. Tell me, with people like you in charge, how can I possibly trust the legal system, So, she distrusts not only lawyers and prosecutors, but the whole legal system. What in the world happened to this woman to make her so bitter? Even if somebody important to me was killed, even somebody important to me was killed, I would never wish to see their killer brought to trial, because I'd much rather kill them myself. You can't be serious. That thing you're wearing around your neck. Oh, this... Around Athena's neck. Does she mean Widget? Oh, I get it. Well, Her Royal Highness has returned at last to her castle. Her Royal what? Is she talking about Athena? By the way, I heard the rumors. Our director is going to be the star witness in court tomorrow, right? Director Cosmos. Yes, that's right. You poor things. You better be careful. That old man is a big liar and a huge braggart. Or braggart. What? He might seem like a bigwig, but the center has all kinds of problems. He has a lot of skeletons in his closets. But it's your problem, so why should I care? What? That's it? No friendly tips? No good luck, guys? Just splendid. I wonder if, the person who was killed is somewhat related to Athena. Because she did have an issue when meeting Blackwell for the first time. And then now, with Aura Blackwell, she kind of just went silent. Because she knew who she was. Instantly. But, it'll probably resolve out in the next week's stuff. I'll leave you to your woes. Come on, hunk of junk. It's sad to me that she doesn't believe in our legal system anymore. She must have had a very bad experience to make her feel that way. Are you alright, Athena? You seem very down. I just can't believe she said all those things. Wow, she's really upset. Has she been trying not to let it show all this time? Well, I guess it's not all that surprising. You hear about fabricated evidence and false indictments on the news all the time. You mean that whole dark age of the law nonsense? I'm so sick of hearing about that. Well, all we can do is believe in what we're doing. Yeah, you're right, boss. I agree. Maybe it's time we went back to see Mr. Starbuck. Good idea. We should tell him about the bullet and Miss Blackwell's statement. Alright then, next stop, the detention center. Alright, let's move on. Detention center. I kind of passed it. Oh man, there's like too many things I did not anticipate. Okay. We're almost there. We just need one thing from him. Mr. Lawyers are here. It must be bad news. Hey, not necessarily. We found a new witness. A researcher saw the moment the murder through the lounge window during her escape. Really? So they're going to let me go. Unfortunately, it was dark and she couldn't identify the person. I should have known. My stars never aligned that just right, too. Well, we got a lead, too, Mr. Starbuck. The murderer had a lighter with an Earth emblem on it. Oh, it's raining, so that means it's gonna be worse. A lighter with an Earth emblem. Oh! Did you remember something? Yep, I sure did. Just a little bit. Just a little bit, though. Damn, my stream is way fucking back. I'm looking at my phone right now for the stream. It's like... It's still on the part of, like, talking to her. Oh, she just went away. It's like a whole minute or some shit. Maybe even more than that. It's like way far. Anything. Anything at all would be a help. So please tell us what you just remembered. A lighter. I thought I was unconscious the whole time, but now I remember I woke up for a few brief moments. That's huge. Do you remember seeing anything? A lighter. I saw the flame of a lighter floating in the darkness. Good, good. What else did you see? What was nearby? It was definitely the boarding lounge, so it must have been after Clay carried me there. In the light from the flame, I saw a dark shadow flickering. A dark shadow? That must have been the third party we've been looking for. Thank you for Mr. Starbuck. You've been more help than you know. If we could prove that there was a third person at the scene and that they're the real killer, then you'll be clear of all suspicion. The key will be whether or not we can identify the third person in a court tomorrow. At least we have something to go on now. That's a big plus. I should probably tidy the evidence up a bit before something mistakes me for a hoarder. Now that we have a glimmer of hope, I'm suddenly starving. Why don't we go back to the office and treat ourselves to a big celebration in advance? For someone who's highly empathetic, you can be surprisingly unsympathetic. Oh shit, here we go. Apollo coming through. So you found your strategy for tomorrow's trial, huh? Good for you, Daddy. Well, it's one step forward anyway. Hopefully I'll give us a fighting chance in court. As long as we can find out who this third person is. Now, let's get something to eat. I'm starving. My vote is for Eldune's noodles. Oh, Apollo. What are you doing here? I didn't think the clinic was ready to release you yet. My wounds are fine. Now I'm done lying around. Apollo, you're supposed to be in bed. Leave the case to us. We'll take it from here. Thanks. But that's not an option. Not for me. Apollo. You shouldn't underestimate your injuries, Apollo. And I don't want you overdoing it. I'm fine. I'm not in pain anymore. Besides, they gave me an IV at the clinic. An IV isn't a cure-all, mummy man. Anyway, just tell me how the case is going. Have you guys made any progress? A suspicious figure was spotted at the scene. We think they must be the real killer. A suspicious figure, huh? Right. Thought you'd be happier than that. Oh, don't get me wrong, I'm happy. And I fully intend to see Clay's murderer apprehended. Absolutely nothing will get in my way of that. Clay Turan. Clay was your best friend, right, Apollo? That's right. Best friends since junior high. Sounds like me and Junie. So what was Clay like? Well, he was full of compassion and energy. And he had a really loud voice. If the two of you did voice training together now, I bet you'd break a few windows. You know, I bet you're right. Seems like only yesterday. Clay was a guy who lived for his dreams. We used to talk about it a lot. He was going to be an astronaut and me a lawyer. We talked well into the night, and even then, we never grew tired of it. Apollo, about that jacket. I can only assume it's Clay's. Oh, it's Clay's. Yeah, I knew it. It's a special jacket that was only issued to members of the Hat Project. He was finally able to get one of his own once he was selected for the Hat 2 mission. He always looked so proud wearing it. But just when his dream was finally coming true, I still can't believe it. Damn it, I'm not it's not fair! Oi. Apollo, I hope you don't try to carry the burden all alone. Guess we were both unlucky. My own debut was a disaster. Guess you're right on some level. That trial a year and a half ago wasn't exactly the smoothest of starts. That was a rough time for me, but Clay refused to let me quit. You're fine, he said. Don't give up. It was right during his screening exams, too. Couldn't have become a full-fledged lawyer without him. That you're fine of his is why I'm still standing here today. You're fine, huh? I'm fine. You're fine and I'm fine. We're like your catfishes, weren't they? Something like that. Sure brings back memories. When we were in junior high, Clay's mom passed away in an accident. But he wouldn't show his sadness to anyone. One night, I found him crying all alone in the school courtyard. Mom. Get away, Apollo. Don't come over here. Clay, listen to me. I don't have a mother either. Huh? I always think everybody else has a mom. Why am I the only one? But you know, when I start to feel that way, I yell at the top of my lungs. I holler, I'm fine. And then you know what? I start to feel like maybe I really will be fine. Apollo Justice is fine. Okay, Clay. Now it's your turn. Okay. Clay Turan is fine. There you go. Now we're both fine. We're fine. We're fine. What are you laughing about? See, we're fine. You laughed first. I'm fine. You're fine. We're both fine. Ha 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 ha. To start a true friendship right there. Thanks, Apollo. Right. Damn. No, yeah, that's true. He didn't have his father. He didn't have his mother. Cause Chusey's mother or father is forgot this guy's name. But the guy who disguised himself as Shady Smith. There you go. He was the father to Chusey. But I don't think Apollo knew his father, like, at all, either. So, him being, like, alone and saying, yeah, I'm fine, is, like, he's just been doing that his life. He didn't have his mom, either. And, there's also Chusey, who had the mom for a while, and then the mom went disappearing. But they still don't know that they're siblings. I forgot about that, yeah. I think that's not hasn't been established yet. When you say it out loud, it really starts to feel real. As long as you don't give up, you can keep on fighting. That's what we believed. As long as we don't give up. Wasn't there somebody else who said something similar? If I give in to my fear, I would never find the truth. As long as I don't give up, I can keep up the fight. Clay called Mr. Starbuck his mentor and looked up to him. Wonder if it can be a good role model for my staff like Mr. Starbuck. Sorry, Mr. Wright. I'll be taking a leave of absence. What? Wait, what do you mean by a leave? You're really serious. Can you at least give me a reason why? Oh, this is the scene from when in the animation thing. When I put Clay's jacket on, I swore to him that I would catch his killer myself. But that's our goal too. I agree with Athena. We should work together to find the truth. The truth, huh? That's a noble cause. But what if the truth you seek is and the truth I seek turn out to be different? I'm not sure I follow. What are you saying, Apollo? I'm going to cast the person responsible for taking my friend's life in my own way. Take good care of Mr. Starbuck for me. Now I must be going. Goodbye. Damn. Goodbye. Did he just say goodbye? I sense a lot of seething anger and hatred coming from him. And also, suspicion. He's not walking out on us like this. I'm going to go talk to some sense into him. Hold on, Athena. Apollo can believe what he wants, but I believe he's wrong. Even if we take different paths, the truth we arrive at should be the same. I think the quicker we solve this case, the better it'll be for Apollo. Yeah, you're right, boss. Alright. That's enough for one day. Make sure you're ready for tomorrow's trial, okay? And so we end it there. If he were here right now, Apollo would say, I'm fine. Everything is fine. I just hope things really do turn out fine tomorrow. Alright. Moving on. Separating the 3DS and the DS audios. If you're asking what do you mean, what I kept doing was changing the audio from the DS one to the 3DS one, and I just kept going back and forth with it every time I did a DS stream and a 3DS stream, and I was like, might as well just make it separate at this point. Which I did, and now we're here at this point. Sorry, I'm like doing kind of like two things at once right now, where I'm like looking at the side screen, making sure this is fine. This is good, audio's good, making sure the stream is not having a problem with loading up anything. I think we're okay for now. Alright. Put this phone on the side right now. Perfect, alright. I suppose we should reconvene the trial of Solomon Starbuck, or something.
Objection!
Your Honor, could you please come out from under your bench? There are no more bombs, I promise. Oh, yes, my apologies. I'm still a little jumpy when it comes to trials involving bombs. I mean, first the courtroom exploded. And then Mr. Tonate self-destructed. Guys, that's one way of describing what happened to Tonate. Anyway, it seems that Mr. Justice was seriously wounded by Mr. Tonate's actions. So you, Mr. Wright, will be taking up the defense. Do you have an understanding of what has happened in the trial so far? Yes, Your Honor. The defense is ready. Do a little recap, though. Very well. Is the prosecution also ready? I take it you'd like me to give the opening statement this time. Looks like the judge has become a pretty good mind reader. Well, he's certainly seen more than his fair share of colorful prosecutors. You could say he's something of a veteran of sorts. Let's see, in the previous part of the trial, we learned that the victim, Clay Turan, escaped from Launchpad 1 carrying the defendant, Solomon Starbuck. There were explosions on the second floor of the Space Center and on the rocket itself. The two astronauts used the Launchpad 1 corridor to reach the boarding lounge. And how could the victim climb down the ladder if he was carrying the defendant? That was the mystery that needed to be solved. But Mr. Justice proved that the victim was killed in the boarding lounge. Prosecutor Blackwell, were you able to discover any new facts related to this point? Upon further investigation, we discovered an oxygen tank fragment in the lounge. Surprisingly, it would appear that Justice Dono's argument was correct. That means the testimonies of the first two people on the scene are suspect. There were two people who claimed to be the first on the scene, but can we truly trust their statements? Let's see. The two people were Detective Candace Arme and Yuri Cosmos, right? Don't start with me right now. You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police? Yes, it's certainly possible. We might have to do a little more digging. And just as our team was able to cross-examine Detective Arme, the courtroom bombing incident occurred, and trial was put on hold. By the way, might have an interruption in a second here. Just put my side of my headphones off. That accused fellow, he killed my witness. He killed Detective Arme. He definitely put the kibosh on anyone asking her about what she saw. Exactly. In the other words, the question of who killed the victim in the boarding lounge has once again become the main focus of this trial. It's obvious Prosecutor Blackwell still thinks it was Mrs. Starbuck. Wright said that Blackwell has a thing against the astronaut. Nevertheless, turns out there was a third person in the lounge, and that's who killed the victim.
Objection.
Huh. To make such reckless claims in a courtroom takes a bold man or a stupid one. There was no third person in the boarding lounge. Or have you gone dotty? Have you gone dotty already, old man?
Objection.
We'll see who's the dotard after I trounce you with my years of experience, little boy. In any case, Mr. Starbuck claims he saw someone leaving the lounge. Yo, fucking Phoenix is like, I don't give a fuck if I am old. Like, fuck you. Like, let's see how you can handle this, kid. Furthermore, Space Center's employee also saw a suspicious figure at the scene. They saw a third person. I see my sister has been running her mouth. That's right, I almost forgot that Aura is Prosecutor Blackwell's sister. No matter, she didn't see this mysterious mystery person's face clearly. Therefore, there is no evidence to indicate that this person was not the defendant. Guess the possibility that the figure was Mr. Starbuck is still there. In brief, we need to determine if a third person was there or not. And so, to this end, we should hear the testimony of one of the first people on the scene. Director Cosmos, huh? Very well, bailiff, please bring the witness to the stand. Why, I believe I've seen you before in the newspapers. Of course you have, of course you have. For I am Yuri Cosmos, Director of Cosmos Space Center, which was, of course, named after me, Yuri Cosmos. Do you have anything you wish to ask me? Looks like he's all geared up to do some bragging. 7 years ago, I successfully launched the Hat 1 and... Everyone already knows how brilliant you are. Even I am trying to hold back my tears at seeing such a great man standing before me. So could you please proceed directly to your important testimony? Ha ha ha! I see this fine young lad as a proper appreciation of greatness. Allow me to begin my epical testimony that will be recorded in the annals of history. I speech to Prosecutor Blackwell's just now. It sounded more to me like he was poking fun at Director Cosmos. It's probably for the best that it sailed right over the director's head. Now the Director Cosmos, the condensed version of your illustrious testimony, please. Condensed version. You already know. Anytime something like this occurs, I will save. Detective Arme and I rushed towards the boarding lounge together. We went via the control room and peeked in from there to see what was going on inside. We saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge and Turan lying on the floor. I hate to say it, but I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck. I see. So your testimony, you claim you arrived on the scene after the two had escaped from the launch pad to the lounge. And just after the victim had been killed. Oh, the horror. The humanity. But what I said is what I saw. And what I saw is what I said. Courageous action to take in the face of such terrifying explosions. What do you say? To save my men, I went personally into the epicenter of danger. Risking my own life for theirs. Ha 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 ha. Well, what do you know? It sounds like the director really cares about his men. Yeah, although it sounds more like he was scared and just had a peek from far away. Defense ready to cross-examine the witness. Yes, Your Honor. Director Cosmos' testimony is pretty vague. I'm going to have to press him and draw out more information before I do anything else. The veteran fucking Phoenix Wright coming through. I meant to save right there, but it's fine. Just saying, if your game crashes often or something of the similar, just fucking save often, really. You can't really do anything about the things and stuff like that. Aura Blackwell also saw a suspicious figure in the lounge. But she gave the statement that it was too dark to see the person's face clearly. Do you see this figure's face clearly? No, not clearly. The lighter they were holding illuminated the area around their feet at the time. But other than that, I could see little else. That's why I could see Turan, but I couldn't see who the other person was. So for all you know, it might not have been Mr. Starbuck, isn't that correct? I would like to believe that Starbuck isn't the type of man who's capable of murder. When the witness entered the boarding lounge, there was no third person there. Isn't that correct, Great Space Center Director? Yes, that's right. Only Starbuck and Turan were there by that time. After we peeked in, the lounge suddenly went dark and the figure vanished. You mean they disappeared? That's odd.
Objection.
The reason the figure appeared to vanish is because it was the defendant. When the witness weren't looking, he fell to the floor and feigned unconsciousness. Hold on, Director Cosmos, did you ever take your eyes off the scene? Just for a brief instant, about as long as it takes for a shooting star to go by. You took your eyes off the scene? Then this third person could have escaped during that time. What escape route could this person have used? The direction opposite the control room, the southern door to the elevators. There's no security lock on that door, so it would have been possible to escape that way. All things are possible, right, Dono? The real question is, do you have any proof? Well... If we're just talking possibilities, we could each profess whatever we'd like. An inmate who used to be a university professor and lunar researcher used to say that there is a kingdom of little green men who live under the surface of the moon. As long as they don't punish us in the name of said moon for what we've done to it. But I'd say, where's your proof that that this quaint kingdom exists? He's calling your theory a work of fiction, boss. And he's right, I don't have any proof yet, still. The southern door was a possible escape route. I'd better make a mental note of that. Dr. Cosmos, may I ask you a question? Yes. Why did you look away from the boarding lounge? Ha ha ha, there's actually another tale of bravery behind the answer to that. It was when Detective Armé saw the figure and raised her gun. Being a great humanitarian and protector of humankind, I tried to stop her. What? You're saying Detective Armé raised her gun as soon as she saw this figure? I'd imagine her instincts as a detective told her they were the killer. I don't know about that. And were you able to prevent Detective Armé from firing her gun? I'm afraid I was too late. I was unable to stop her. She identified herself clearly, and then she fired 2 warning shots at the shadowy figure. This information about Detective Armé's actions sounds critically important. Please add it to your testimony. Detective Armé fired 2 warning shots at the figure. Oh, fuck. I had to actually present something. The bullet.
Objection!
This piece of evidence clearly exposes witness lie. Wait, what? Oh, bullet hole, not the bullet. It does? My bad. Wrong thing. The bullet hole would be this one.
Objection!
Are you sure you were really paying attention to what Detective Armé was doing? You doubt my words? Words that will someday be written down in history's books? Somehow I don't think that those exact words will ever be written down in any history books. Mr. Wright, could you please explain yourself so that we can all understand? You say that Detective Armé fired 2 warning shots, and yet only 1 bullet hole was ever found at the scene. What? Only 1 bullet hole means the gun was only fired once. And yet Director Cosmos is saying Detective Armé fired 2 shots. No editor would allow such a glaring contradiction into a history book.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, the witness's words are true. We confirmed that 2 shots were fired from Detective Armé's gun. Okay. Okay, no. But there was only 1 bullet hole at the scene. Where did the other bullet hole vanish to? Ah! You should know the answer to that already. I should? During the previous trial, a certain oxygen tank was presented as evidence. We've already discussed that it was ruptured in the lounge, have we not? Well, it appears that the thing that ruptured it was a bullet that was found near the tank to be precise. The bullet was fired from a .38 caliber gun, and the same caliber as Detective Armé's gun. Before that updates the record, what is this bullet? A 10 caliber. Ooh. What? The rifling marks also match up. There's no question that the bullet was fired from Detective Armé's gun. Rifling marks. They're like a gun's fingerprints on the bullet, right? They love remembering this, like, one statement. Or, like, just making this, like, comparison of, like, rifling marks. It's like the fingerprints of a gun. And it's like, you brought this up more than once in, like, several games. Like, what is going on with you guys? Did you just want to emphasize what this can mean? And examining the rifling marks on a bullet can tell us the gun it was fired from. One of the bullets detective fired found its way into the holographic image display. The other bullet came to stop near the victim's oxygen tank. The evidence confirms that the director's statement that the detective fired 2 shots. My beautiful contradiction. Gone. All gone. That bullet hole was from a .38 caliber, huh? I better update the record. Okay. Very good. Now we know the fate of both of the shots Detective Arme fired. Mr. Wright, does that clear up all of your questions? Detective Arme fired 2 warning shots. One hit the holographic display and the other hit the oxygen tank. Does that really clear up everything about what happened at the scene? No, it doesn't. Not present the other bullet. Ah. No, Your Honor, it doesn't. Detective Arme fired 2 warning shots from a .38 caliber gun, but that doesn't explain the existence of a certain piece of evidence found at the scene. A piece that points to the existence of a third person. Oh? Very well, but it won't do to keep us waiting, Mr. Wright. What piece of evidence suggests that the possibility of a third person is at the scene? This bullet. Bullet from our... Okay, that was like, what do you guys call it, a bullet too?
Take that!
Okay, here you go. And what is this metal pellet supposed to be? Just a little something of great importance we found at the crime scene, Your Honor. You found it where? In the floor gutter at the crime scene. It looks like the police and prosecution both missed it. Furthermore, this is a 10 caliber bullet, making it much smaller than one of the Detective Arme's .38 calibers. Then that means... Exactly. One more person must have been there in the lounge. A third person who had a gun that could fire a 10 caliber 10 caliber bullets. Oh. And if that's true, it explains why Detective Arme fired warning shots. His third person fired at Detective Arme and Director Cosmos with their gun. And in return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos? Oh, I love this fucking thing. Haha, it looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us. Well, what's this now? The fact that he's still on a Segway. What? You never breathed a word of any of this to me before. Well, all great men have a secret or two, don't you know? Foolish old geezer. The Director Cosmos really has been hiding the presence of a third person all along. Director Cosmos, I want you to testify to the court about what you really saw. You may be a very great man, but in my courtroom, you are just another witness. You won't receive special treatment here. Now, please give accurate testimony. Damn, the judge is going hard on him about it. It's like, you better fucking give that testimony right. I don't give a fuck if you're the richest man alive. Even though he's not. Detective Arme and I rushed to the control room together. In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and Turan on the floor. We were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us. There's a contradiction already on that one. Given that there was no third person in the lounge when the witness entered it, does this mean the person who fired the gun had to have been the defendant? Not necessarily. It's still possible that it was someone else. Most likely, as soon as Detective Arme and Director Cosmos discovered this person, they escaped through the southern door, the one that didn't have a security lock.
Objection!
Double-edged swords are a tricky lot. Mishandle one, and it is you who is cut down. Huh. The reasoning could apply in if Space Boy were the killer as well. Think about it. After being discovered, he could have fired a 10 caliber gun. Detective Arme would have responded by firing 2 warning shots. All he had to do was feign unconsciousness to invent the possibility of a third person.
Objection!
What is your deal with Starbuck that you're like straight up fucking trying to like pin him? But Mr. Starbuck didn't have a gun in his possession when he was found by the police. Nor has the gun been found at the crime scene. Its absence can only be explained if there was a third party who took it with them.
Objection!
Recall the existence of a trash chute in the boarding lounge. The defendant could have simply thrown the gun down the chute.
Objection!
But you can't deny the possibility of a third person leaving with that weapon.
Objection!
It's up to you to prove that possibility. And I trust you haven't forgotten my little piece of decisive evidence. What evidence? What? Why the detonator switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, naturally. Someone could have planted it on him. You really are trying to force us upon this. The most compelling evidence of all that tells us he is the culprit. It's like he's really trying to say, like, he had it all along. The motherfucker could have it could have been planted on him. What do you want about, dog? Like, bro. That shit gets me tight. It's like, do you not think of the possibility that someone could literally plant it on him? Like, it's so dumb. Like, but then he's gonna be like, where's the evidence that someone planted on him? Like, where's the evidence that someone didn't plant it on him? Like, what are you talking about? Just because he had it in his pocket? He's being framed this entire time, and you're really trying to pin this man. I say this is a biased statement on him, to be honest. I did forget all about that. Look, your baldness, now how deliciously obvious it is that they lack the evidence to rival mine. Wow, he sliced out our third-person theory to ribbons and served it to us just like that. I can't be a lawyer. I can't be an actual lawyer. I'll be fed up with some random shit the prosecutors would say, bro. Either or the reverse of anything. Like, if I'm a prosecutor and I'm like, I literally have the evidence and like how this happened, how this occurred, and like they're just like, but like, what if it wasn't? And I'll just be like, we're doing this today? We're gonna make this day a long day, huh? It's like, there's evidence there, bro. It's like, you can't, like, where's the evidence that he had that fucking switch with him all along? Your only statement is that we found it in his pocket. Okay. How did it get in his pocket? Did he have it all along? Did he have it when he was before the ship? Did he have it, like, on his way home? Like, or from home, I should say. Like, give me something to work with that he had it on him at least prior at any point, you know? And then it's like, but then they go reverse on me, like, where's the evidence that that someone planted it on him? And it's like, we're trying to get to that. Let me try to find out, like, from what we have on all the evidence and all this shit, like, it's like, oh, it's just that the factor that he makes it a prior thing, and it's like a priority, and it's like, bro. Yes, well, I have a question of my own, actually. I went on a tangent, I'm sorry. That bullet that the mysterious figure shot, what did it hit exactly? It hit me. So does that mean you're a ghost? I was wondering when you would realize your baldness. There's a Cosmos, an authentic bona fide ghost. He can even pass through walls.
Objection!
What type of bullshit? Like, she just comes out of nowhere, just fucking pissed off. What bullshit are you trying to play on us, like, right now? That's about shame on you for teasing the nice old gentleman. Your baldness, it was all in jest. Please show yourself again. Are you sure? In that case, how did you manage to survive being shot there in the Cosmos? I'm glad you asked. It was a miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself. The bullet hit my glorious Medal of Honor, whereby it ricocheted, thus saving my life. What? That's unbelievable. I have to check this out. Oh wow, look at that. There's one extra galaxy star. That is the bullet hole. Oh my god. The odds are literally astronomical. I guess it really was a miracle. It's beginning to really feel like the Cosmos is watching out for Director Cosmos. Why did you conceal this information, Director Cosmos? A great man such as myself has to hide things on occasion, no matter how much it hurts. I'm good. It is the plight of the truly great. It is the plight of the truly great. It may be hard for this generation to understand. I don't know, but it sounds fishy to me. What else is he hiding? Let's just cross-examine him and see what we can find out. Oh, there, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, please. Alright. Back at it again. Dun, dun, dun. Detective Arme and I rushed to the control room together. In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the... Oh, yeah. Well, I already read these. Standing in the control room. Third statement.
Objection!
That was the contradiction I found out. I was like, yeah, that shit's like all the way over there. There's Cosmo. I believe you are telling this great court a glorious lie. Great men like me tell a lie. Have you ever heard of such a thing on all history? My accusation is based on the positions of the people who were in the lounge. According to your testimony, you and Detective Arme were near the control room door, and the mystery figure was standing in the middle of the boarding lounge. If, as you say, the figure fired a gun at you from this position, then the bullet would have traveled in this direction. However, we found the 10 caliber bullet here. Oh. This trajectory and where the bullet was actually found contradict each other. Director Cosmos, where were you really when you were being shot at? There you go. Gah! Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the human merry-go-round.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten already. Didn't the witness himself just tell you the bullet hit his metal? Of this, there's no mistake.
Objection!
But in that case, the bullet should have been found near the east side of the room. Are you trying to say that you can explain the inconsistency? Of course. I didn't think so. What? Oh, great Director Cosmos. Yes. Is there something you'd like to me to expound upon? You were in fact not in the control room to the east, were you? You were looking into the lounge from the door to the south. Is that not right? Grah! What are you getting at? Use your own brain. Your head must have some use other than housing that bird's nest. Bird's nest? Why does everyone pick on my hair? It's true, they do pick on his hair a lot. Dr. Cosmos and the detective witnessed the scene from the southern door. The killer fired at them there, and that is why the bullet was found in the south. Ah, that makes some sense, actually. Also, the witness being at the southern door is rather favorable for the prosecution, huh? I've got a bad feeling about this. How about it, Director? If you don't tell the truth this time, he broke it. Yikes! Handcuffs. You will become but rust upon my sword. I relish the chance to cut down a great man. Alright, I'll tell the truth, just put your sword away. You're correct. I, the great Yuri Cosmos, was looking into the room from the southern door. What? That's the complete opposite of all the testimony he's given so far. And now you have lost your possibility that the third person was in the room. I have. How? The director and the detective were near the southern door, meaning the killer couldn't have escaped through there. There wasn't no required print recognition, and the corridor beyond was filled with smoke. The only escape route left was the eastern control room door, and the only way to get through there was with Director Cosmos' fingerprints. In short, there would be no escape for any third person had there been one. Ah! My third person just disappeared, like in one of Trucy's magic tricks. Okay, let me stretch a bit here. Order in the court. There's a Cosmos. Why did he tell such an outrageous lie? You were covering for the defendant, isn't that right? Yes, it was all for the love of my men. But I said I was in the eastern control room. It would mean the culprit could have escaped through the southern door. It would have meant that there could have been a third person. All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for the third person. What a convoluted lie. Was he really covering for the defendant? Looks like we've come to a conclusion. That's that the defense's argument, the possibility of a third person has crumbled. No. It's over. Yikes, the judge is about to hand down his verdict. Think, Phoenix, think. This is a perfect time to try and turn my thinking around. If a third person had no way of escaping the scene, then what if one of the people at the scene was the third person? Wait, what if the whole premise is all wrong? Director Cosmos said that he and Detective Arme rushed to the scene together. And what if that premise isn't true? What if one of them reached the scene before the other one? And if that person entered the lounge, then they would be the third person. The defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim and shot at the director. There doesn't appear to be any room for argument against these claims. I will now render my verdict.
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. There is still one possibility. Oh? This had better be good, Mr. Wright. There is one and only one person who could have escaped from the scene. And that person could be the first person who arrived on the scene. Then, upon entering the boarding lounge, the second person to arrive came via the southern door. That's why the first person fled from the room, using an escape route that was accessible only to them. Very well, let's hear more about this theory. Who is the one person who could have escaped from the boarding lounge? Athena Sykes! No, I'm kidding. Where is he?
Take that!
Here, Cosmos. What? But that's... Mr. Wright, what are you claiming here? Of all the people who were at the scene, only the witness could have escaped. The director is the only one with the authority to open the control room door, after all. But that means... Exactly. The true identity of the third person is our current witness, Director Yuri Cosmos. Ah! What? What? Order. Order in the court, I say. Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself in more detail. I assert that Director Cosmos arrived at the scene before Detective Arme and entered the boarding lounge alone. Detective Arme arrived after that and saw a suspicious figure who was actually Director Cosmos standing in the lounge. And that's why she fired those 2 warning shots. I've been hit on the starboard side. Captain Wright, it's a direct hit on the enemy ship, sir. A magnificent shot. Warning shots fired from the enemy ship. Prepare to intercept. Cosmos, you have told a lie in this quarter once again. I've been hit on port side. The enemy has called in reinforcements. Earth to Cosmos Control Center, requesting permission to ask that you return to reality. My ship will not go down to anything less than the ultimate weapon of evidence.
Objection!
But I do have evidence, in fact. You could say that your battleship bears its scar. Ugh. If Director Cosmos is the third person Aurora Blackwell saw, this third person fired at Detective Arme and Director Cosmos with their gun. And in return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos? Looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us. Dr. Cosmo must have been the one who fired a 10 caliber gun. When Detective Army discovered him in the lounge, it only makes sense that he could have turned and shot at her. Therefore, the evidence on the director's body is of a different kind of relevance than before. Once we compare it against another piece of evidence, the mark that you received from the third party will be all proof we need to prove that you were the one there in the lounge. Ugh. Brace for further impact. Comparison against this piece of evidence will prove that you were in the one in the lounge.
Take that!
The 38 caliber bullet found on the floor at the scene didn't hit the oxygen tank. It hit Director Cosmos' metal. If we have the ricochet mark on the metal analyzed, I'm sure the caliber will match up. If that mark proves to be from a 38 caliber bullet, it will prove that you are the third person we've been looking for. The bridge is destroyed, losing altitude, all hands abandon ship. That's true, then what about the bullet that hit the oxygen tank? It was a 10 caliber bullet. In other words, it was the bullet fired by Yuri Cosmos. Isn't that right, Director? No! You've got it all wrong! What? The engines haven't started again? It's a miracle! I'm not going down yet! The engines have started again. Sorry. Okay, I see what we have to do soon. Witness, stop this at once and confess to the truth. If you don't want the history books to say that a great man was a great liar, then accept their fate and tell the truth. Are you giving me orders? Me, the great director of the Cosmos Space Center? Ah. Well, the Cosmos revolves around me! Someone get me off of this thing. Run to the core and will someone please stop the witness from spinning? Thank goodness we were able to stop him from spinning off the face of the earth. While he was twirling, I took the liberty of running an analysis on the mark of the metal. It was made by a 38 caliber bullet, matching it with the side of Detective Army's firearm. Oh, it actually was! I was like, it's probably gonna contradict or something where it's like an actual 10 caliber shit. You're ready to confess the truth, witness. No, you got it all wrong. It's just a misunderstanding. Is he going to start piling on more lies? Looks like it. Let me turn on my AC because it is getting spicily hot in this room. It's a nice summer's day, apparently. But no matter how many lies he tells, I'll just expose them one by one. I'll make that big liar tell the truth. To be continued, which is now. Yes. So, 40 minutes, about, like we'll say. I don't know when I started the game itself, but yeah. 40 minutes for the first part of this, this second part of the trial. Then next week we start with the three-parter. And depending on that, we'll see how I want to, like, organize it a bit. Dr. Cosmos, a new possibility has been presented by the defense. They are claiming that you were this third person. Forgive me, I'm so sorry. So the great pioneer of space development is revealed to be just another fabulous cur? Fabulous is O-U-L-S, right? So it's like fabulous. There you go, that's the word. I only have one question for the likes of you. Shall I send you off quickly or very quickly? The evidence doesn't lie, Director Cosmos, so don't try to talk your way out of this. Fine. I'll tell the truth. It's all just as you say, Mr. Wright. It's true that I was there in the boarding lounge. I got there before Detective Armay, and when she arrived, she fired warning shots at me. I was afraid people would mistake me for the killer, so I escaped to the control room. And then went past the elevators and all the way around to the boarding lounge one again. I came up behind Detective Armay and pretended to be the second on the scene of the crime. What a troublesome old man you are. With such convoluted deeds and thoughts. I see. So then, are you still insisting that you did not kill the victim? Of course I am. When I arrived at the lounge alone, I saw the true killer. And the great Yuri Cosmos was a history-making witness. Now hold on just one moment. We just proved a few minutes ago that the third person that Mr. Starbuck and Miss Aura Blackwell saw was you. No, it wasn't me. I saw the person as well. If I were the killer, why would I lie to cover Mr. Starbuck? I would just leave him to take the fall. That is an excellent point. All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route to the third person. Well, it makes some sense if he told those lies to cover for Mr. Starbuck. Though a lie's a lie, Athena. So Director Cosmo claims he's not the culprit, but where's the proof? Ah, I just remembered. I have an alibi. Miss Blackwell said that she saw the killer at 10 a.m., correct? Yes, and? Well, I was on the 4th floor helping with the evacuation effort. Ask any member of the staff you'd like. They'll corroborate for me. Director is not fibbing to the court for once. I confirmed that he has an alibi for that time specified. So, you're claiming that Miss Blackwell saw the killer commit the crime first at 10 a.m. and that you arrived at the lounge after that. Yes, I believe the person I saw is the same person that Miss Blackwell saw. Although it was pitch black, so it was more of a shadowy figure and less of a person. And I couldn't actually see their face, but it was definitely the silhouette of an earthling. As long as he has an alibi. We can't very well claim Director Cosmos was the killer. No, we can't. Then again, maybe we don't need to yet. Wonder if he was really covering for Mr. Starbuck. Your Honor, the defense moves to have the director testify about the person he saw. Very well, Director Cosmos, your testimony, please. He's being more, like, rational now. He's not being his, like, condescending, braggy self. As I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer inside fired a gun at me. I hid to avoid getting shot, but when I tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air. I was near the elevator's side door and well, the launch pad 1 door, and the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer. So you were shot at by the killer as well, and then they disappeared. Yes. Though luckily, no harm came to my glorious body. Unfortunately, the bullet hit Turan's oxygen tank. I know because I heard a pang. That must have been the sound of the tank being ruptured. Wait, but I thought the bullet hit his metal. That was Detective Armay's bullet, remember? Right. What a mess this is turning into. So, let's see. Director Cosmos is claiming that when he found Mr. Turan and his killer, the culprit shot a 10 caliber bullet at him. Right, but it actually hit Mr. Turan's oxygen tank and ruptured it. And then the killer disappeared and the director went into the boarding lounge. When Detective Armay caught up and fired those warning shots at him, judging by his medal, it looks like one of them almost took him out too. Good summary, but that doesn't explain where our mystery killer went. Director Cosmos, I was wondering if you could elaborate on when the figure disappeared. I'm ashamed to admit I tried to hide myself when I was shot at, but when I peeked back into the lounge, the real killer was gone. I rushed into the lounge straight away to investigate. But what I found was Turan with a knife in his chest and Starbuck out cold on the floor. So we have a culprit who vanished from a scene that had no escape route. Vanished without a trace. It's truly like one of the great mysteries of the cosmos.
Silence.
A riddle of the ages indeed, but I'd rather know how how a living leech such as you can be, landed so great? A great man is always misunderstood in his own time, but he must remain true to himself even those around him don't understand. Wow, that might be the first true statement he's said all day. But how do you suppose this person managed to vanish so suddenly? Simple, because it was Space Boy himself. When he was spotted by the director and Aura, he quickly feigned unconsciousness. You are still on him, bro. That would certainly take all the mystery out of the idea of a vanishing culprit. Want to raise an objection, but I don't have any counter evidence. Dr. Cosmos, when you saw this person, did you also see Mr. Starbuck on the floor? No, because it was dark as a black hole in there. I didn't see Starbuck until the other person vanished and I entered the room. That wasn't exactly helpful. I'm prepared to accept your surrender, Wright, Dono. I can't find any holes in this testimony, but I can't give up. Mr. Wright, why don't you let me help? Huh? While the director was giving his testimony, I detected a cacophony of discord. Cacophony. Which means he's hiding his true feelings from us, huh? This just might help us find out what happened to our vanished killer. That'd be great, Athena. Let's see what you can do with him. You got it, boss. Let me just save here in case once I get to the other part, it doesn't let me save. Yeah, I wouldn't want to miss this chance to delve into a great mind. Yuri Cosmo, prepare to hand over the secrets of your heart to me. Alright. The game might have just frozen. Yep! What a lucky save I did! Woo! Alright. I'm pretty glad that I did save for that moment. I was like, oh man. Like, I know what's coming up. I know this is where it kind of does freeze for the moment. So I'm like, I just gotta let it go. Let me make sure audios and everything and settings are good. Yep, audio's good. The Windows actually loaded up and everything. Wow, it like resets some of my applications. So like on Twitch's end, from like where it's like pretty much showing you everything. What happened was my entire screen, both my screens, went black, and then fucking back on, and it still showed the frozen screen. And just the fact of that, I'm just like, I had a feeling. But yeah, I noticed it definitely happens when it's Athena's type of thing that it does that, but I still want to say to between and in the trial strips, yeah. It's gonna be a problem that keeps occurring again, though, so I hope this does load up properly. It might be because I'm going through either the text too quickly, or I just had a problem loading it up in the moment. Something's happened, you know? That's why it's good to save over and over. Alright, here you go. As I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer inside fired a gun at me. I hid to avoid getting shot. But when I tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air. I was near the elevator's side door. And well, the launch pad one door. Ah. And the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer. Forged statement.
Got it.
You must have thought it was very strange that the killer vanished into thin air. I did. That kind of thing just doesn't happen. Doesn't happen usually. Let me save here so that way, yeah. And yet, at the time, you barely registered any shock at the occurrence. What? Why are you? I can only think of one reason as to why you weren't surprised by the killer's vanishing act. You must have had a good idea of where they went. Isn't that right? What? No, of course not. That's preposterous. Only I can enter the control room. And the area beyond the launch pad door was filled with smoke, making it impassable. And as for the southern door, I was standing right there, so there was nowhere for the killer to run to. Maybe or maybe not, you went into the room to check on Mr. Starbuck and Mr. Turan, yes? One of the culprits took that opportunity to silently slip out through the southern door. I highly doubt it. As you recall, right after I entered the lounge, Detective Arme came rushing towards it herself via the southern hallway. Anyone trying to escape through there would have been caught by her. And yet the director wasn't surprised that the killer vanished. So you absolutely sure there was no escape route for the culprit to use? It's working, boss. One more punch and it'll be a knockout. There seemed to be one more emotion that's at odds with his testimony. Go get him. Okay, back in the Matrix it is. Time to pinpoint our way to the victory. Alright. Sixth statement. Should have shut tight to the killer. Should have been shut tight. Should have been. Pinpoint sadness.
Got it.
When we view your emotion alongside your testimony, we find an unexpected emotion. Wait a minute. There really isn't anything strange here. I don't know, but maybe it's a mistake. Oh, I made a mistake. Did I did make a mistake. Oh yeah, why is there sadness here? Okay, there you go. Oh, I went one ahead. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to be afraid of the launchpad door. The great Yuri Cosmo is afraid? And what basis... That little stutter for that one moment I saw. What basis do you have for that outlandish accusation? Whether I have any basis or not, you seem quite distressed by it. I'm most certainly not. Dr. Cosmos, there's something about the launchpad door you're not telling us, isn't there? Wow, he's speechless. It looks like you hit the nail on the head, boss. I'll just input those 2 pieces of data and... Yes, just what I wanted to see. Presto changeo. Less Discord. It looks like we're on the right track. Thanks, Athena. Now, to make sense of what we've learned. Dr. Cosmo wasn't surprised that the culprit suddenly vanished from the lounge, which points to the possibility that he knew where the killer had escaped to. Furthermore, talking about the door to the launchpad made him uneasy. In other words, he's probably hiding something about the launchpad 1 door. When we put these 2 pieces together, only one solution to the puzzle comes to mind. Dr. Cosmos, did the real killer escape through here?
Take that.
The culprit went through the launchpad 1 door to escape, didn't they? Yes. I mean, no. Disaster to starboard. We're going to crash into an asteroid. Master tactician, you are not. But the area beyond that door was filled with smoke, wasn't it? True. But this is still the only logical answer there is. If we can just figure out what the director is hiding about the launchpad 1 door, we should be able to iron out the logical inconsistencies. But that door requires fingerprint recognition. Only Starbuck, Turan, and I have access. I don't see how the killer could have opened the security lock, do you? That's an easy one. The killer was right there in the boarding lounge, meaning there's a way he could have had easily gotten past the security lock. Come to think of it, we did examine the prints on the fingerprint recognition device. I propose that the killer used this person's fingerprints to get past the security lock. Starbucks fucking thing, right? Yeah.
Take that.
Oh man, we're like, it's getting close to the end, but I'm like, what else is going on? The Starbuck was lying unconscious there in the boarding lounge. Anybody could have easily gotten past the security lock by using Mr. Starbuck's prints. And actually, Mr. Starbuck's prints are exactly what we found on the device's screen. It looks like he does have something to hide about the launchpad door one. I'm betting it's got something to do with the culprit's escape. But I don't have enough information to see the whole picture yet. You know, something just occurred to me. Would you like to hear it? Huh? Oh yes, by all means. There's a security camera in boarding lounge 1, right? Right, the one that recorded the victim and the defendant. What about it, Your Honor? If the true culprit escaped into launch pad 1 corridor, then that might be recorded on the security footage as well. Then the mystery would be solved. What do you think of my logic? Like, you gonna tell him, or I should tell him? Hope you didn't strain your faculties too much for that, your baldness. Or your follicles. I beg your pardon? Look, we played the security footage beyond this point. It shuts down. Oh my! The footage cuts off! The camera was running on backup power, but apparently the power cables were damaged. Most likely by the after effects of the explosion. There is no footage after this, be it of criminals or space aliens. And I thought that was such a good idea too. Just because your grandchild is watching from the gallery, it doesn't mean you should try to show off too much. Grandpa Baldness. Persecutor Blackwell, how did you know about my grandchild? I think his grandchild just learned a little about the harshness of the adult world. Setting aside the issue of grandchildren, I'd like to have the witness continue. Dr. Cosmos, could you tell us more about when you entered the lounge? Okay. If I must. I'm getting shot after the killer vanished. I went into the lounge. But that's when Detective Arme appeared from the elevator side door. And then the detective shot at me. And so you see, the killer could have only escaped to the launchpad door, right? Surprise. Why are you surprised? Dr. Cosmos, why were you so surprised that when Detective Arme found you, and again when she fired? Isn't that a bit unnatural? Sadly, even great men such as myself have ordinary human feelings. Our bodies are bound to, by the forces of gravity and emotions. He's kind of just like, I have to admit to my feelings, I guess. Even a great man such as myself experiences surprise on occasion. Yes, I'm sure you do. But my real point is not the fact that you were surprised, but rather what you were surprised by. Pardon me? First, you were surprised when Detective Arme found you in the lounge. And just after that, you were, of course, again surprised when she shot at you. But considering what you were surprised about, a strange phenomenon occurs here. Dr. Cosmos, what is strange about your surprise reaction is the fact that you were more surprised when Arme came. Yeah. Sure, you were surprised when Detective Arme shot at you, but the surprise you felt when she found you in the lounge was much greater. The fact that you were more surprised by simply being found than by being shot at suggests to me that you were conflicted about whatever it was you were doing there. Enemy has acquired a new weapon. Commence Operation Hide Under Your Desk. Please tell me I finally sunk his battleship. 30%. Got one more. Boss, I'm getting less Discord now. That must mean he really is hiding something about that launchpad door. Whatever he's hiding most likely has something to do with the real killer's escape. Wonder what it could be. If he was doing something suspicious around the door, maybe we can spot some change before he came to the room and after. Detective Fulbright gave us a photo taken after the crime. Let us do a comparison. Let's see. This is the footage of the door before Director Cosmos arrived. Is it the damn handle thing? And this is how the door looked after the director entered the lounge. Hey, look at that. There is a change. Something's definitely different. Director Cosmos? What is it? What have you two been up to over there? Finding the answer to what you were doing when Detective Armay found you, that's what. And that answer lies clear in this footage. All we have to do is compare it to the photo that was taken during the investigation. Don't be ridiculous. If you really do have an answer, you have pointed it out already. There you go. Excuse me. He's asking for it. This is what changed directly after the incident. Make sure I'm like pinpointed correctly here.
Take that!
The answer is this knob. That's... Your Honor, please take a look at this footage. Let's see. Take a look at the knob next to the launch pad door. As you can see, it's horizontal. Yes, it is, isn't it? However, when we investigated the scene of the crime yesterday, the knob was vertical. And what does that mean? It means that sometime between before the director arrived and after, someone turned this knob. After the scene was discovered, you were the only one who could have turned the knob. Come on now, Director Cosmos, let's hear what you have to say. What were you trying to do by turning the knob by the door? Fine, I admit it. You're right, I did turn that knob. The knob is a safety lock meant to keep the launch pad in place. I was afraid there would be more explosions. So I wanted to move the launch pad away. You wanted to what? Hey, didn't Ponko tell us something about how they prepare for launch? She said that once the launch pad's fully assembled, it's moved to the launch site. Oh. But the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to be disengaged first. I guess that clears up what the knob is for. Oh, so if the killer escaped into the launch pad 1 corridor, maybe they were transported along with the launch pad to the launch site. I don't think so. The launch pad 1 corridor was filled with smoke. I don't think they could have escaped through that corridor. So then, where did the killer escape to? Guess there are still some things we have to uncover. Director Cosmos, I request that you tell us about moving the launch pad in more detail. Fine. But listen carefully, for I'm about to give you a history and testimony. Yeah, we get it. History this, history that. Alright, so you did change the thingy. I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. Happiness.
Got it!
Oh my god, there's a lot of information coming along. I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. You make it sound like you were reluctant to do so. And yet, when you did it, you felt some joy as if you were very pleased with yourself. How do you do this? How do you know everything as if you were there? Pretty impressive, isn't it? It is the power of the analytical psychology. So, care to explain why you felt joy when you disengaged the safety lock? When I think back on the facts we've discovered up to this point, I have to believe that you were trying to fulfill some hidden agenda. Look, how do you know about that too? Because I'm more or less a pro at guessing. But you have no proof that I had a hidden agenda, and even if I did, I would never ever tell you, so there. I know they say people will regress as they grow older, but you, sir, take the cake. How could you doubt a man with such a great intensity, intelligence, and integrity?
Silence.
You, a man of integrity, don't make me laugh. Prosecutor Blackwell, what came over him all of a sudden? You spatted nothing but falsities since you stepped up to the stand. You're not the kind of man that will be glorified in the annals of history. Not for greatness, anyway. Unless you consider greatest barefaced liar an honor. Liar! His words bite harder than his blade. You moved Launchpad 1 after the explosions. My, how naive you are. You fail to realize how even the facts themselves have betrayed you. You know, just a thought, but modern English can be your friend. And here's the thought for you. Immediately following the bombing, Launchpad 1 was on the boarding lounge in Launchpad 1 was the boarding lounge 1 side, and the police confirmed this on the scene. What? Liar! So that means the director didn't move the launch pad. Here's my judgment for calling history's greatest liar to the witness stand. Let us leave him to indulge in his lies and war games to his heart's content. Liar!
Objection!
He's just yelling out liar. But it doesn't make sense. You can't deny... They just ignore him. You can't deny that someone turned that knob. And once that safety lock was released, I'm sure the pad must have went somewhere. If we chase down the truth of this issue, we just might find where the killer escaped to. Ah! You're sure it must have since went somewhere. We just might find out. Sorry. Your arguments are nothing but conjecture, bluffing, and wishful thinking. Like your fucking switch in his pocket being with him the entire time. Stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is. Or are you not man enough to boy? Haha, talk about hitting below the belt. Youngins these days. I don't understand it. I'm sure Director Cosmos must have moved the launch pad. The knob was definitely turned after he came to the lounge. But the launch pad is right where it's supposed to be. Wait a minute, maybe I have it all backwards. What if the director turned the knob not to move the launch pad away, but to bring it back to where it was supposed to be? What are you blathering about? What if the launch pad was at the launch site before the incident? And then after the incident, Director Cosmo moved it back to its usual spot. All you had to do was turn the knob to call the launch pad back. And it would be right where the police found it. Oh my god, my hair. Huh. You made him sigh like Mr. Starbuck. Oh, huh. Was what I said really that off base? It pains me to have to explain how wrong your own logic is to you. However, our great liar turned the knob only after he discovered the crime scene. Indeed, the pad existed beyond the lounge when our astral wanderers made their escape. In fact, a fact that has been recorded for posterity on filmless film. Alright. So to reiterate, stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it is, boy. What it really is, boy. Ah! Get a grip, Mr. Wright, and focus. We know the launch pad must have been moved. But our deduction and actual facts of the case are in a direct contradiction to each other. Well, maybe the two astronauts never actually boarded the rocket. It could be fake, taken with body doubles after the incident or something. On second thought, that's too far-fetched even for me. Never actually boarded the rocket. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe, just maybe. Huh? Prosecutor Blackwell, what if I told you that the two astronauts never set foot inside the launch pad area, but instead went into another place? And what if when the director moved launch pad 1 back, it was not from the launch site, but from another place? What would you say then? Cut the existential bull and I'll cut you. Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself at once. I know I'm right, it was all the other way around from the beginning. Very well, Your Honor, let me explain. Let me do a quick save here. Director Cosmo's reasons for moving Launchpad 1 was to switch with another place. Because he wanted to switch it with some other place. I'm sorry, but did you say switch it? But what could... But what could he possibly have switched the launch pad with? Oh, you'd be surprised, Your Honor. All it takes is a little thinking outside the box, and the answer becomes clear as day. This is what was switched with Launchpad 1. The Space Museum. Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. In the past, the Space Museum used to be Launchpad 2. It has all the same features as Launchpad 1 and can even be moved to the launch site. Meaning the Space Museum and Launchpad 1 can also be switched with each other. You can't mean... The rocket the astronauts boarded was not the one in Launchpad 1. It was the one in the Space Museum. What? Boulder Dash! And yet, it's the only explanation that accounts for every riddle in the inconsistency. This is how the Space Center was just before the incident. I see Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum have already switched places. That's right, and with the two switched like this, the astronauts entered the Space Museum from boarding Lounge 1. This allowed True Killer to enter Launchpad 1 from boarding Lounge 2, and set the bomb on the rocket. Come to think of it, the door into Space Museum from boarding Lounge 2. Welcome. The Space Museum is available to the public every day of the year from 9 AM to 7 PM. Exactly, anyone could pass through the door to the Space Museum. There is no fingerprint recognition system on that door. In other words, with the two launch pads switched like that, someone other than Mr. Starbuck could have easily planted the bomb. After setting the bomb on the rocket, the culprit snuck into boarding lounge 1 and waited there concealed. In order to kill Mr. Turan, with the two astronauts emerged from the Space Museum, recall that Miss Blackwell, Mr. Starbuck, and the director all saw the suspicious figure, who we can suppose after killing Mr. Turan, made their escape into the Space Museum. After that, Director Cosmos switched the two launch pads back, without realizing the killer was inside the Space Museum. And then he was able to leave easily. The killer then left the Space Museum and made a clean getaway. Right, Dono, I see you know how to handle a sword and handle it well. Perhaps I should call you Sword Master Bluff. I'm a seasoned warrior who has cut down many a prosecutor. But unless you can prove your theory, it's no better than a rusty sword. That's right, you have no proof I switched the launch pads. Somebody needs a better anger management counselor. The launch pads really were switched. There might be a record of it somewhere. At this point, Launchpad 1 and the space... Oh, I see it. Wow! Space Museum were switched with each other, so the corridor beyond this, the door should be the one that belongs to the Space Museum. Let's see. There's an image of the Launchpad 1 corridor. Do you see anything different when we compare it to the security footage? Huh? A number on the floor. That's a 1. Well, what do you know? It looks like we have proof after all, Mr. Blackwell. And if this is just another bluff, Oh, don't worry, it's all right here. Right in this footage. Proof that beyond this door, the corridor is to the Space Museum. Sorry, the song is so good. Very well, then answer this for me, if you would. What in this footage proves that the corridor belongs to the Space Museum? Make sure I got like a good...
Take that!
There's a 1 on the floor of the Launchpad 1 corridor. But take a look at the floor of the corridor in security footage. Do you see the number on the floor behind the astronaut? It doesn't look like a 1, does it? That's because what you see is actually part of a 2. What? Why is it a 2 and not a 1? That's because the corridor you see is the one to the Space Museum. Ugh. Ugh. And so that means the corridor in this footage was not filled with smoke. That's right, because the explosion didn't occur in the Space Museum. The explosion occurred in Launchpad 1, on the side opposite to the Space Museum. And now that we know the 2 astronauts escaped from the Space Museum, the mystery from the previous trial of how they got down the ladder is cleared up. Mr. Turan, carrying Mr. Starbuck, simply took the elevator from the upper level down to the middle level. Just incredible, the 2 launch pads were actually switched. And you'd think someone would have noticed an event of this magnitude. Everyone was down in the basement shelter when the launch pads were swapped back. There's no way anyone could have known what is happening on the surface. Ow, 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 ow. There you go. Noise level complete. Bye-bye. No more lies, Director Cosmos. It's high time you told us the truth. Oh my god. Whoa. It's gone haywire. Ah! It won't stop. My stars, my glory. Ah! Oh my god. No, not again. Oh shit. Bailiff, on your steed and after that witness. Fucking broke through the door and everything. I see we managed to retrieve you before you came to any bodily harm. There's the Cosmos. Do you admit you switched the launch pads? I admit it's true. I switched launch pad 1 for the Space Museum. It is good to hear words I can believe for a change. Before you do, Your Honor, 2 things. First, we don't know if Mr. Turan had prior knowledge of the switch. As for Mr. Starbuck, he was unaware of his surroundings thanks to his medication. Either way, Mr. Turan would have realized the instant he stepped into the Space Museum that it had been switched with Launchpad 1. So my first question is, if the Space Museum was perfectly fine, why did Mr. Turan feel the need to put on such a dramatic display? As for my second question, I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the 2 launch pads to begin with. Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. The director is terrified. He must have one heck of a reason for not wanting to explain why. Probably not a good time to try to pry it out of him, huh? Excuse me, but would you mind if I picked up my stars? Without my badge or of rank, I'm nothing. I don't see why not. Bailiff, help the director retrieve his stars. Oh, the stars he had on his body. I didn't realize it. It appears the possibility of a culprit other than the defendant has presented itself. Mrs. Starbuck, is there anything you wish to say? I don't get it. Don't get it? What don't you get? Director, why did you do all that? From the very beginning, you never meant for the launch to go ahead, did you? You tricked us. Mr. Starbuck. Starbuck, my boy. I'm sorry. I can't tell you the reason why. But I had to do it to protect the Space Center. Director, will I ever get the chance to go into space again? That last person is a mystery currently. The one all the way to the right. Because we got Miss Blackwell, Aura. We have Cosmo Yuri, or Yuri Cosmos. We have Starbuck, and we have Taran. So interesting enough. Yeah. I will get you into space again, my boy. Oh wait, hold up. I didn't even see that. Will I ever get a chance? Oh no, it's yes, of course. I won't rest until it happens. I will get you into space again, my boy. My boy. Then the dream. Still alive. He just wants to go to space. He wants to live his dream again. Alright. What you got on the table, Blacko? What's happening? Huh. You're not going into space, Starbuck? But prison. I won't have it any other way. Why are you so hung up on him? Yes, I accept that the launch pads really were switched. And if there were a third person at the scene, I suppose they could have escaped. But I have yet to see proof of this third person's escape via the Space Museum. Oh, that's a good point. He's right. I don't have any proof. Starbuck, you will spill everything you know. What, me? Where did you get those bombs? Tell me now. We don't. My blade shall feast on your blood. I'm going to die. I want to die in space. I have to do something. Solomon Starbuck. Prepare yourself. Now, you know violence isn't the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. That annoying, cheerful laugh. It can't be none other than our boy Fulbright. Champion of Righteousness, Bobby Fulbright here. So I thought about his VA again. I wanted to be Crunk. If not Crunk, All Might's VA. The English VA for All Might. I feel like it's a good fit. I feel like it's definitely a good fit. Like, he has that, like, energy. He has the look and everything. I say that's another good VA for Fulbright. Champion of Righteousness, Bobby Fulbright here in Justice We Trust. Detective Fulbright. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lawyer. I hope I'm not too late. I don't believe we had an appointment. I tried to hurry, but I ended up helping a little old lady cross the street. And then I had to break up a cat fight. I tell you, justice sure is a full-time job. Was it a fight between cats, or... Why are you here again? Because the defendant isn't the culprit, and I came to make sure that justice is served. I don't have any idea what you're talking about. Fulbright, I always thought you were a bit touched in the head. But have you finally succumbed? Nope, but it looks like you've succumbed to this phantom of yours. Open your eyes and let the evidence of justice uncloud your judgment. What evidence? Come to think of it, he did say something about finding us some evidence. Thanks you two. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. Went to work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you. I didn't think he was serious though. So, what is it, detective? Is it something that will prove Mr. Starbuck innocent? It is indeed. Have a look at this. What is this? A lighter? That's right, a lighter thought to have been used by the culprit, no less. The Space Museum's cleaning robot picked it up. It has the victim Clay Taran's blood along with the killer's fingerprints on it. What? I think this is where we're gonna find out who it is. Oh, fuck. This is so sick. Alright, I see something I'm gonna be so into right now. Order! Detective Fulbright, can I assume that the fingerprints don't belong to the defendant? You bet! Mr. Starbuck is totally innocent. This is it. This is just what I needed. Lighter added. Your Honor, this is decisive evidence that supports the defense's earlier claim. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. With pleasure, Your Honor. Recall where the lighter was found. Based on that, we can extrapolate that after the killer murdered Mr. Turan, they escaped with lighter in hand into the Space Museum, where they dropped it. The switching of the two launch pads occurred. Then finally, the killer left through boarding lounge 2 and made their escape. Meanwhile, Mrs. Starbuck was found in boarding lounge 1 after the murder, and a fact that Director Cosmos has testified to therefore, Mrs. Starbuck couldn't have possibly been the one to drop the lighter there. But the defendant had a free reign of the area until Director Cosmos appeared. Could he not have dropped the lighter in the Space Museum during the span of time? You'd like that to be true, wouldn't you? But Director Cosmos testified that right after he saw the mysterious figure with the lighter, he went into the lounge and found the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. In other words, Mr. Starbuck wouldn't have had the time to double back to the museum. No, Prosecutor Blackwell. No, Prosecutor Blackwell. This lighter could only have been dropped by the real killer. Most importantly, Mr. Starbuck's fingerprints were nowhere to be found on this lighter. I think you would understand what this means, don't you? The piece of evidence unequivocally proves that Mr. Starbuck wasn't the culprit. I'm sorry. Unequivocally fucking kills me. Reason why? For the meme of the guy who's like... of him going, these nuggets are unequivocally fucking bussin'. And that shit kills me. And the fact that Phoenix just said this kills me. Oh, man. This food is unequivocally fucking bussin'. This does indeed appear to be decisive evidence that proves the defense's claims. As for the remote switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, you can assume it was planted by the killer on the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. Thank you, Phoenix! No. There must be some mistake. Frankly, Prosecutor Blackwell, I've been worried about you. You've been chasing this phantom for 7 whole years. I understand your urgency because tomorrow...
Silence.
Fulbright, you promised never to speak of that. Huh. Tomorrow? What about tomorrow? Given the body of evidence, I think it's safe to say the defendant is innocent. In light of the fact that it was impossible for him to have committed the crime, a few unanswered questions remain, so I look forward to seeing what you two uncover. But for now, this court finds the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, not guilty. Let's fucking go! Oh, we got some interesting things that are gonna occur. Oh, I'm so happy. So, I did look into what is the next trial and who's returning. I cannot wait. I hope it shows it in the preview. Yeah, this is for next week, so I'll just save this for now. Yes, we did it, Mr. Wright. Looks like we pulled it off somehow. Huh. With some help from Detective Fulbright. Mr. Wright, Miss Sykes, thank you. And please thank Apollo for me, too. You all are the best. Oh, I wish we could tell Apollo about Mr. Starbuck's verdict right now. Yeah, me too. But that's going to have to wait. Now that the verdict has been reached, I'd like to bring today's trial to a close. Court is adjourned. To a close. Court is adjourned. I, put it together.
Objection.
Fulbright, what up, man? What is your vendetta against Starbuck? It's too late to object, isn't it? It simply isn't impossible. It simply isn't possible. Something's wrong. Prosecutor Blackwell, are you dissatisfied with the verdict? Fulbright, what were the results of the fingerprint analysis for the lighter? Huh. The results! Well, I was in a hurry, you see, and then there was that catfight, and well, I kind of got carried away when I heard the prince warned Mr. Starbucks, so you have yet to read it. Prosecutor Blackwell, can you read out who the prince belonged to? Upon a thorough analysis, the fingerprints were found to belong to Athena Sykes. So says the report. What? What? Huh? Me? Order, I say order. Miss Sykes, tell me you have an explanation for this. We just finished proving that this lighter could only belong to the killer. So finding your prints on it can only lead us to one grave conclusion. I don't know how they got on there, but I know I'm not the culprit. She wasn't there on that day, though. That's the thing. This can't be happening. We built up our argument piece by piece, and I don't think any of our reasoning was faulty. So how could it have led to this? With Athena's prints on it. Again, it doesn't make sense. What have I done? Please forgive me. I'm sorry. Order, order. Detective Fulbright, stop your crying. What in the world is happening here? It's like the world's gone mad. Order, order. I will have order. This is fucking convoluted. Jesus. Confusion spiraled into utter chaos. After all we fought for, the truth has turned cruelly on us to accuse Athena of this crime. Somewhere, somehow, everything had gone terribly wrong. We had stumbled over the edge of reason and into the jaws of the twisted darkness. It doesn't make sense though, because she wasn't there the day of, but it has her fingerprints, which even makes it weirder. It's like, what is happening? Turnabout for tomorrow. Yes. Alright, we'll do a little preview. You know me, we do the preview for the next stream. Yes, I am ending stream at like a short stream today. Only because we like to kind of figure out what I'm doing for next week. No one can escape their past. Ooh. We're finally gonna get this lore. The sins we've committed, and the sadness we've caused. Damn, I've been wanting to find out what the fuck happened between everyone. No matter how far we run, our past remains, as ever present as the moon in the sky. And we got Apollo figuring shit out. It looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on in hope towards tomorrow. Yo, this shit's fucking dramatic. It's giving me goosebumps. I'm not lying. Ooh, those chills. And we won't see it until next week. Ooh. Yep. It's okay. We're gonna see it next week. Oh boy. Oh man. I'm excited for next week. Next week might be the final stream for this game. I feel like the conclusion, I feel like the reason why they kind of made this trial short, because it does continue into the next trial. So it kind of makes sense why this one has less hours into the going into the next ones because it's like technically connected overall. So I want to see, right? We'll see how the first part goes because I believe for the next trial, it's 3 parts. It's the investigation in day 1, and that's all it is. Then there's trial day 1 and part 1 and part 2, and that's it. It's literally done from that point on. I'm super curious, super curious to like see what's gonna go down because there are characters who are returning that I saw in the listing of who's in it, and I'm like, no way. And then I said, no way, because I saw someone else. I was like, oh shit. So, can't wait for that. But yes, next week we got shit going down. Like I said, we'll see how like that first investigation part like holds up. Like it'll probably be like an hour and a half, maybe, I bet. And then we got the 2 parts of the trials, which I want to say will take a chunk of like 2 hours. Maybe, but who knows? You know, like who knows overall. But definitely want to see how that's gonna turn out because that shit's gonna go down crazy, straight up. Like I'm so excited to see that. And everything's gonna connect from like the first trial, from the like everything's gonna connect. Like we're finally getting to the point where all the trials are connecting to this one moment of like who was prosecutor Blackwell? How did he become convicted? Like why is Athena having like these flashbacks to when she was a kid and like what is this crazy shit? Like she had that dramatic ass flashback and like why she had like a trauma moment, you know? And like, why she studied psychology because of this. It's like everything is getting connected, and that is what I'm excited for. So yeah, that's next week. I think I'll commit to it. I think I'll make it a full on like final stream for Dual Destinies. Definitely. I think that's what I'm gonna go for. But hey. Hey towards Twitch. Anyone who dropped by, chilled out for a bit, lurked. Thank you very much. I always appreciate it, as always. YouTube, if you got to this point, thank you very much. I appreciate you watching very far into my things and me going off tangent at times. You probably like skip parts of it, but it's whatever. Thank you. Thank you for watching this one. Today's a short one. Today's a short stream. So I'm sorry about it being short. But hey, it's bracing for what's next week. We got that coming. And then hey, after Dual Destinies, we got what's it called? I already forgot what the game's called. Oh, I got it. I could open it right now. After this game, we have it's Dual Destinies. Then it's whoops, wrong thing. And then we got Spirit of Justice. Spirit of Justice is after this one. I'm kind of excited to see that one. I remember seeing one thing that spoiled it for me ages ago. And it still lives in my head every time I look at the game, which sucks because well, we'll see when it happens, you know? But then after Dual Destinies, we got the Great Ace Attorney, and that's 2 games. So we have 3 remaining games left for the whole Ace Attorney series. But I'm gonna call it here, everyone. Hope you all have a great day, great night, afternoon, whichever you prefer.